We are reading the Grimm's fairy tales written by the Brothers Grimm, and it was published in 1899, so it is public domain. Also, one last bit of information. It is being read by a dyslexic person, and it's being read on YouTube, which means names, places, and certain words might be adjusted from their original. Let's jump on in and see where we're going tonight. Find-Birdie. There was once a forester who went into the woods one day to hunt, and there he heard a sound of weeping like a little child in distress. He followed the sound until he came to a tall tree, and upon the topmost branch he spied a little child. The little one's mother had fallen asleep beneath the tree with the baby in her arms, and a bird of prey had snatched it from her and carried it up to the top of the branches. The forester soon climbed up and brought the child down and said to himself, I will take him home with me and bring him up as my little Lena. So he took him home, and the two children grew up together. The forester named the little foundling Find-Birdie because he had found him upon the tall tree, and because it was a bird that had placed him there. Find-Birdie and Lena loved each other so dearly that they could not bear to be parted for a moment. Now the forester had an old cook, and one evening she went to and fro, filling her pails with water till the length of Lena asked what she wanted it for. First promise me that you will not tell anyone, and then you shall hear, answered the cook. So Lena promised, and the cook said, tomorrow morning, when the forester is gone to hunt, I shall set this water upon the fire in a great big pot, and as soon as it begins to boil, I shall throw Find-Birdie in and cook him. The next morning, when the forester had gone to hunt, Lena said to Find-Birdie, if you will never forsake me, then I will never forsake you. And Find-Birdie answered, never, never will I forsake you, Lena. Then I will tell you something, said Lena. Last night, old Senna carried in ever so many buckets of water, and when I asked her why, she told me that she meant to boil a great pot of water and throw you into it and cook you. But we shall get up quickly and dress ourselves and run away together. So the two children got up, dressed themselves as quickly as they could, and ran away. As soon as the water in the pot began to boil, the cook went into the bedroom and fetched Find-Birdie. When she saw that both children were gone, she was terribly afraid, for she said to herself, what can I say when the forester comes home and finds the children gone? I must send after them and try and bring them back. So the cook sent 3 men servants after them, but Lena and Find-Birdie were sitting beside the opening to the wood and saw the men coming, and Lena said, if you will never forsake me, then I will never forsake you. And Find-Birdie answered, never, never will I forsake you, Lena. Then Lena said, do you become a rose tree, and I will be the rose upon it. When the servants reached the wood, there was nothing to be seen but a rose tree with a little rose upon it, and the children had disappeared. So they went home and told the cook that they had seen nothing but a rose bush with a little rose upon it. The old cook scolded them. "You simpletons," she said. "You should have cut that rose tree in two, plucked the rose, and brought it home with you. Off with you and do it." So the servants had to set out again, but the children saw them coming, and Lena said, "Find-Birdie, if you will never forsake me, I will never forsake you." And Find-Birdie answered, "Never, never will I forsake you." Then said Lena, "Be a church, and I will be the golden candlestick within it." And when the servants came, there was nothing to be seen but a church with a golden candlestick in it. So they went home again, and they told the hello, Matthew. Oh, I said hello. And hello, Patrick. They told the old lady they had seen nothing but a church with a golden candlestick in it. And she said, "You sillies! You should have broken down the church and brought home the candlestick." So now the old cook set out herself with the 3 servants to find the children. The little ones soon saw the servants coming, with the old cook hobbling along behind, and Lena said, "Find-Birdie, if you will never forsake me, I will never forsake you." And Find-Birdie answered, "Never, never will I forsake you." Then she said, "Then be a pond, and I will be a duck swimming upon it." When the cook came up, she laid herself down and set to work to try to drink up the pond. But the duck swam up to her, seized her head in her beak, pulled her into the water, and the old witch drowned. Then the 2 children went home together, and they were happy as the day is long. The Queen Bee. For there was once 2 princes who set out in their search of adventure, but who wasted their time and their money in all sorts of foolish ways, so that they were never able to come home again. The youngest, who had always been thought a simpleton of the family, set out to look for his brothers, but when he found them, they only mocked him for his pain. "For," they said, "if we with our brains have not been able to make our way in the world, how can you expect to do so?" But nevertheless, they all started on their way together and journeyed until they reached a large ant hill. The 2 oldest would have destroyed it, but the simpleton said, "Leave the poor little ants alone. I will not let you disturb them." So they went on their way until they came to a pond on which a great many ducks were swimming, and the 2 oldest wanted to catch a couple and roast them. But the simpleton said, "Leave them alone. I will not let you kill them." So they went again until they came to a tree, in the trunk of which was the wild bee's nest. The eldest wanted to make a fire under the tree and suffocate the bees there, but the simpleton again refused to allow them and said, "Leave the poor creatures alone. I will not let you burn them." At last the 3 brothers came to a castle where the stables were full of stone horses, and there were not a single human being to be seen. They walked from one room after the other, and at length they came to a door in which there were 3 locks, and in the middle of the door was a little grating through which they could look into the room beyond. They saw a little man dressed in gray, seated at the table. Twice they called to him, but he did not answer, so they called a third time, and then he rose, opened the 3 locks, and came out. He said not a word, but led them to where a table which was richly spread, and when they had eaten and drank as much as they wished, he took each of them to his own bedroom. The next morning, the little gray man came to the eldest brother, beckoned him to follow, and led him to a stone table upon which there were engraved 3 tasks by means of which the castle could be disenchanted. This was the first. In the forest, hidden beneath the thick moss, lay the princess, pearls and thousands in number. These must be collected. But if one single pearl was missing when the sun set, then he who had sought for them would be turned into stone. The eldest prince searched the whole day long, but at sunset he had only found 100 of the pearls. So he was turned to stone, just as the stone table had said. The following day, the second prince tried his luck, but he fared no better than his brother, for by the sunset he had found but 200 pearls, and he too was changed to stone. At length it came the simpleton's turn. He searched all day amidst the moss, but the pearls were so difficult to find that at length he sat down upon the stone and burst into tears. And as he sat there, the king of the ants, whose life he had once saved, came with 5,000 ants, and before long the little creatures had found every one of the pearls and piled them up in a heap. The second task engraved upon the stone table was this: to fetch out of the lake the key of the princess's sleeping chamber. When the simpleton had come to the lake, the ducks which he had saved were swimming upon the surface. At once they dived down into the depths below and brought up the key. But the third task was the most difficult of all, for it was to tell which of the sleeping princesses was the youngest and dearest. They were all exactly alike, the only difference being that before they went to sleep, each of them had eaten a different sweetmeat. The eldest, a piece of sugar, the second, a little syrup, and the youngest, a spoon of honey. Then came the queen of the bees and tasted the lips of all 3. And when she came to the lips which had the sip of honey, she remained seated upon them, so that the king's son was able to recognize the correct princess. Thus the enchantment was at an end, and the sleepers awoke, and those that had been turned into stone received their human forms again. And the simpleton married the youngest and dearest princess, and became king after her father's death, wealthiest of his 2 brothers, whilst his 2 brothers married the other 2 princesses, and they all lived happily ever after. The Raven. There was once a queen who had a little baby daughter. One day the child was naughty and would not be quiet. Now, there were some ravens flying around and around the castle, and when the queen saw them, she opened the window and said impatiently, "I wish you were a raven. I might have a little peace then." She had scarcely spoken the words when the child changed into a raven and flew from her arms out through the window. It flew away into the dark wood, where it remained for a long time, but the parents heard nothing of their lost child. One day a man was going through the wood, and he heard the raven cry, and followed its voice until he came near a bird. And when it said, "I am the king's daughter by birth, and have been bewitched into this farm, but you're able to release me." "What can I do?" "Go further into the woods," answered the raven, "and you will find a little house. Inside, an old woman will be sitting. She will offer you food and drink, but you must not take them, for if you eat or drink anything at all, you will fall into a deep sleep and will not be able to release me. In the garden behind the house, there is a big tan heap. You are to stand upon it and await my coming. For 3 days running I shall come to you at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and we shall drive in a carriage, which on the first day will be drawn by 4 white horses, on the second day 4 chestnut ones, and on the third day 4 black ones. But if you are not awake, you cannot release me." The man promised to do all she asked, but the raven said, "Alas, I know beforehand that you will not release me. You are sure to take something from the woman." Again, the man promised earnestly that he would touch neither food nor drink. But when he reached the house, and the old woman came to meet him and said, "Poor man, how faint and ill you look. Come and take some refreshments, eat and drink." "No," replied the man, "I will neither eat nor drink." But she gave him no peace, and at length he said, "Well, even if you will not eat, you can take a draught of something." Then he allowed himself to be persuaded to drink. In the afternoon, when it was nearly 2 o'clock, he went out into the garden to the tan heap to wait for the raven. As he stood there, he suddenly became so tired that he could not resist lying down. For a few minutes he did not mean to go to sleep. However, he had scarcely stretched himself out before his eyes closed themselves of their own accord, and he fell so fast asleep that nothing in this world could wake him. At 2 o'clock the raven came driving up with the 4 white horses. But she was very sad, for she had said, "I know he is asleep." When she came into the garden, there, sure enough, he lay fast asleep upon the tan heap. She got out of the carriage and shook him and called to him, but he slept on. The next day at midday the old woman came again and brought him food and drink, but he would not take it. But she worried him so that at last he consented to take just one more draught from the glass. Towards 2 o'clock he went out into the garden to the tan heap to wait for the raven, but again he was so overcome with fatigue that he fell asleep. When the raven came, she went up to him, but she could not awaken him. The next day the old woman placed a dish of food and a glass of wine before him, and as the smell reached his nose, he could no longer resist. Then he took a draught. When the time came, he went out to the garden to the tan heap to await the king's daughter. But again he fell asleep. At 2 o'clock the raven came driving along with her black horses. The coachman's livery and the trappings were of black too, and the raven was plunged in the deepest sorrow. For, she said, I know he will be asleep, and I will not be able to release me. When she stood by his side, he lay there fast asleep, and she thought she shook him and called him, but she could not wake him. Then she laid a loaf of bread beside him, next a piece of meat, and thirdly a bottle of wine. And of these things he might take as much as he pleased, without ever growing less. After that she took a golden ring from her finger, upon which her name was engraved, and put it upon him. Lastly, she had laid a letter beside him, in which she told him that if he still wished to release her, he was to go to the golden castle of Stromberg. After that, she drove away. When the man awoke, he was very much grieved to find he had missed the raven again. But when he saw the things lying beside him and read the letter in which was written all that had happened, he got up at once and set for the golden castle of Stromberg, though he had no idea in which direction it lay. For a long time he traveled about all over the world, and came at length to a thick wood, in which he wandered for 14 days without ever being able to find his way out. One evening he felt so tired that he lay down next to a bush and went to sleep. The next day he went on again, and at night he was just about to lie down beside a bush again. He heard such a howling and screaming that he could not get to sleep. When the hour came at which people light their candles, he saw one glimmering in the distance. He got up and went towards it, and came at length to a house which appeared to be very small indeed, because a tall giant was standing in front of it. When the giant saw him, he said, I am very glad to see you, for it's a long time since I've had anything to eat, and I will swallow you down for my supper. I think you'd better not, said the man, for I don't care to be eaten, and if you're hungry, I can give you plenty to satisfy you. If that is true, the giant said, you need to have no further fear. I was only going to eat you because I had nothing else. So they sat down together, and the man brought out the bread, meat, and wine, which never came to an end. Ah, said the giant, this is very good indeed. He ate as much as he required. When he had finished, the man asked him if he knew where the golden castle of Stromberg was. I will look for it on my map, answered the giant. Every town, village, and house is marked upon it. He fetched his map, but the castle was not marked on it. Never mind, said the giant. Upstairs I have a larger map. But they looked in vain. The man then would have gone on his way, but the giant begged him to wait a couple of days till his brother came home. When he came home, they asked him if he knew where the golden castle of Stromberg, and he answered, when I have a good meal, I will look for it upon my map. The second giant searched for a long time. At length, he found the golden castle of Stromberg, but it was many thousands of miles away. How shall I ever get there? Asked the man, and the giant answered, I have a couple of hours to spare, and will carry you to within 100 miles of the castle. The rest of the way you can easily go by yourself." So at length, after much traveling, the man came to the golden castle of Stromberg. It stood upon the top of a mountain of glass, and the enchanted maiden drove around the castle in her carriage and then went into it. Although he was delighted to see her, he could not reach her, for each time he stepped upon the glass he slipped backwards. So he built himself a little hut and sat in it a whole year, watching the king's daughter drive around the castle every day without being able to get up to her. One day, when he was in his hut, he saw 3 robbers fighting, and he called to them, "Good luck to you." They stopped at the sound of his voice, but when they did not see anyone, they began to fight again, and this time most fiercely. Again he cried, "Good luck to you." And again they ceased and looked around, but seeing no one, they began to fight again. The third time he cried, "Good luck to you," and to himself, "I will go and see what these 3 mean to do." Then he went up to them and asked why they were fighting. One of them told him they had found a stick, a tap from which would open any door. Another said he had found a cloak which would render him invisible whenever he wrapped himself in it. But the third said he had found a horse with which one could ride over anything, even glass mountains. Sorry. "I will give you something in exchange for your 3 things. It is true, I have no money, but I have other things of greater value. But first, I must prove them to see if you have spoken the truth." So they allowed him to get upon the horse, put the cloak around him, and gave him the stick into his hand. And when he had them all, of course they could no longer see him, he gave them some mighty strokes with the stick, crying, "There, you villains, you've got what you deserve, so be content." Then he rode up the glass mountain, but when he came to the castle door, it was closed. But he struck it with the stick, and immediately it flew open. He entered the mountain. He came into the hall where the maiden was seated with a golden cup of wine before her, but she could not see him on account of his cloak. When he stood before her, he drew the ring which she had given him from his finger and threw it into the cup so that it clanked. And she cried, "It is my ring, and the man who is to release me must be here also." They searched the whole castle for him, but could not find him, for he had gone out, seated himself upon his horse, and cast off the cloak. So when they came to the castle gate, they saw him and cried out with wild joy. He dismounted and took the king's daughter in his arms, and she kissed him and said, "You have set me free, dear." John the Faithful. There once was an old king who was very ill, and thinking that he was about to die, he ordered his favorite servant to be sent to him. The servant's name was John, and because he had served his master so faithfully, and because he had all his long life, he was always known by the name John the Faithful. When he came to the bedside of his master, the old king said to him, "John, my faithful old servant, I feel that my end is not far off, but I cannot die happily unless you will promise me to be a second father to my dear and only son, who is still a youth and unable to judge wisely for himself." Now, John the Faithful answered, "Sire, I will serve him faithfully and well, even though I shall give my own life for his welfare." Then the king gave John instructions as to what he should do after his death. "You may show him the whole of the castle, with the exception of the little room at the end of the long gallery," he said. "In that room hangs the picture of the princess of the golden palace. If he were to see the picture, he would fall in love with her at once and would swoon at your feet, and afterwards encounter all sorts of dangers for her sake. And from these troubles you must save him." John the Faithful, having promised that he would guard the young man as much as lay in his power, the old king laid his head contentedly upon his pillow and passed away. As soon as the days of mourning were over, John showed the prince all the riches of his father's castle. Into every room and hall he led him, except, of course, the little one at the end of the long gallery, where the faithful picture hung. This picture was so placed that it met the glance as the door of the chamber was opened, and it was so exquisitely painted that it looked as though the figure lived and moved. Never has anything in the world so lovely. The young king noticed that John passed by this room and asked why he didn't open the door. "There is something in there which would horrify you," he replied. "Nonsense," said the young king. "I insist upon knowing what is hidden here." And he would have burst open the door by force, but John the Faithful held him back. "Before your father's death," he said, "I promised him that you should not see this room. Hidden within is something which should lead both you and me into great danger." "Well," answered the young king, "I shall never rest until I know what is within, and I will not move from the palace or from the place until you have shown me." Then John the Faithful saw there was no help for it, but it was with a heavy heart that he searched for the key upon the great bunch that he held. When he had opened the door, he entered first, hoping to hide the picture from the young man's gaze, but it was of no use. The king stood on tiptoe and peeped over his shoulder, and when he saw the lovely portrait of the princess, which shone and sparkled with gold and precious stones, he fell fainting to the floor. His faithful servant lifted him in his arms and carried him to his bed, thinking what sorrow that the misfortune had come upon them in spite of all his care. He held the wine to the lips of the fainting youth, and presently he recovered and inquired whom the beautiful picture he had seen represented. "That picture is the picture of the princess of the golden palace," answered John the Faithful, and the king's son said, "My love for her is so great that even though all the leaves upon the green trees had tongues, they could not say how dear she is to me. I will give my life to win her, and you, my faithful John, must lend me your help." For a long time the good servant could not think how they were to set about the matter, for it was difficult even to obtain a sight of the princess. But at length he decided and said, "Everything with which she is surrounded is of gold: tables, chairs, dishes, goblets, and all the household furnishings. Now among your treasures are 5 tons of gold. Send for a clever goldsmith, and order him to make you 1 ton of gold into a manner of vessels and goods, shaped to represent birds and beasts, or any kind of creatures which might be likely to attract her notice. Then we shall set sail and try our luck." So the king sent for every goldsmith in the kingdom and ordered them to work day and night until at length they had fashioned such beautiful things as had never before been seen. When everything had been stored away on board the great ship, John and the faithful John the faithful clothed himself in merchant's garments, and making the king do the same, so that neither of them might be recognized, they hoisted the sail and journeyed across the sea until they came to the town where the princess of the golden palace lived. John the faithful bid the king remain behind on the ships whilst he went ashore. "Perhaps," he said, "I may be able to persuade the princess to come on board, so be careful that everything is in order." The golden vessel set out to the best advantage, and the whole ship decorated. Then he filled his apron with an assortment of beautiful things and went to shore and marched straight to the royal palace. As he entered the courtyard, he saw a pretty maiden drawing water from the well in two golden buckets. Just as she was about to carry the sparkling water away, she caught sight of the stranger and asked him what he was doing there. He held out his apron and showed her the golden dishes, goblets, and goblets which he carried, telling her at the same time that he was a merchant. "How lovely!" cried the girl, and she set down her pails that she might examine them better. "You must certainly show your ware to the princess," she said, "for she is so fond of golden things that she will most likely buy all you have." She took his hand and led him to the princess, for she was one of her maids in waiting. When her mistress had seen the goods, she was delighted with them and wished to buy them all. But John told her, "I am but the servant of a rich merchant, and the things I have shown you are not to be compared to what my master has on board his ships. There you can see the most exquisite golden vessels that have ever been made." The princess wished to have the things brought to her, but he told her that there were so many that it would take days and days to bring them ashore, and that even then the palace would not be large enough to hold them. So her curiosity being aroused, she said she would go on board herself and expect the treasures which John told her of. The faithful servant was well pleased, you may be sure, and made haste to lead her to his majesty. When the young king saw her, he thought his heart would burst with joy, for she was even more beautiful than the picture. As she stepped on board the ship, he gave her his hand and led her below. But John the Faithful remained behind and bade the pilot hoist every sail that they might speed across the sea like a bird on the wing. Meanwhile, the king was showing the princess his golden goods, and in her pleasure at the sight of the strange and beautiful vessels and cunningly wrought creatures, many hours passed away without her noticing that the ship was in motion. At length, when she had seen everything and thanked the merchant and would have returned home, but when she reached the deck, she saw that the ship was far from land and upon the high seas, and bounding forward with every sail set. "Alas, alas!" she cried, "I am betrayed and have fallen into the hands of this merchant. Sooner would I die." Then the king took her by the hand and said, I am no merchant, dearest, but a mighty king and equal to yourself in birth. It is true I have carried you away by stealth, but it was only because my great love for you. The first time I saw your picture, I fell fainting to the ground. When the princess of the golden palace heard this, she was comforted and could not help but forgive him, and very soon she promised to be his wife. Now, it happened that as they were still sailing upon the high seas, John the Faithful sat by himself in the forepart of the ship and played sweet music. And as he sat there, he saw 3 ravens flying towards him. So he ceased playing that he might hear what they were talking about, for he understood bird language very well. Ha! Cried the ravens. He is carrying the princess of the golden palace home. Yes, answered the second, but she is not yet his, said the third. Why, she must be his, for even now she sits beside him in the cabin. Then the first raven spoke again. That will help him, but little by little, for when they reach the land, a bay horse will rush forward to meet him. He will try to spring upon his back, but if he does, it will leap into the air with him and carry him away, so that he will never see his true love any more. The second said, And is there no escape? Yes, there is one way. Someone must spring up before him, seize the pistol which is in the holster, and shoot the horse dead. The young king will be saved. But who knows this? And even if anyone did know it and told it, he would be turned into stone from his toes to his knees. Then the second said, I know still more. Even if the horse is killed, the young king will not keep his bride. For when they enter the castle together, they will see a bridal robe laying upon a dish. It will look as though it were woven of gold and silver, but instead it's only a brimstone and pitch. And when he puts it on, it will burn him to the very bone. Is there no means of escape? Yes, answered the second. If anyone were to seize the robe in his gloved hand and throw it into the fire so that it was burnt, the young king would be saved. But of what use is this? For who knows? And even if anyone did and told it, half of his body would turn into stone from his knees to his heart. Then said the third, I know yet more. For even if the marriage robe is burnt, the king will still lose his bride. After the wedding, there will be a dance. And in the midst of dancing, the queen will suddenly turn pale, fall down, as though she were unalived. Then, unless someone takes 3 drops of blood from her chest, she will surely die. But if any were to speak of this, he would turn to stone from the crown of his head to the tip of his toes. Wow. When the raven had finished speaking, they flew away, but John the Faithful had understood every word they spoke. And from that time he became very sorrowful, for he knew that unless he warned his master of what was going to happen, he could not escape his misfortune. And yet, if he told him what he knew, he would lose his own life. But at length he said to himself, I will save my master, even though I must die in the attempt. When he reached the land, everything happened just as the ravens had said. A splendid bay charger came springing towards them. Good, said the king, he shall carry me home to my palace. And he was just about to jump on the saddle when John the Faithful ran before him, sprang onto its back, took the pistol from the holster, and shot the charger. So he was not alive. Then the rest of the king's servants, who were jealous of John, cried out that it was a shame to shoot a beautiful creature that should have carried the king to his palace. But the king bade them to hold their peace, for, he said, he is the most faithful of my subjects. Who knows to what good end he has done this." Then they went to their way and entered the castle. They saw the marriage robe laying in a great dish, and it looked just as though it were woven of fine. The young king went up to take it, but John the Faithful ran quickly, seized it in his gloved hand, threw it in the fire so that it burnt. The other servants again began to complain and said, "See how he's even burnt the king's marriage robe?" But the king said, "Leave him alone. We do not know what good he has done. He is my most faithful servant." The marriage was now celebrated, and when the dancing began, the bride came in to join the dancers. John the Faithful watched her anxiously. Suddenly she turned deathly pale and fell to the ground as though she were no longer with us. He darted forward, raised her in his arms, carried her hastily into the inner room, took 3 drops of blood from her chest. Immediately she drew a deep breath and began to recover. But the young king, who could not understand why John was behaving in such a strange fashion, was angry with him and ordered him to be carried to prison. The next morning, John the Faithful was condemned and led away to the gallows. Then, when he stood ready to be unalived, he said, "Every man who is condemned is allowed to make one last speech." "Yes," answered the king, "the right shall be granted you." Then John the Faithful said, "I have been wrongfully condemned, for I have been ever faithful to you." And the king and he told the king what the ravens had said, and how all that he had done had been to save his master. And the king cried out, "My faithful servant, you are pardoned, pardoned. Bring him down at once." But John the Faithful had fallen down as he spoke the last word and had become a stone. The king and queen were overwhelmed with grief, and the king said, "How evilly have I rewarded such fidelity?" And he ordered the stone figure to be carried into his bedchamber and placed beside his bed. And as often as he looked at it, he wept and said, If only I could give you back your life, my faithful John." Time passed, and the queen had 2 little sons who grew into fine boys and were her joy and pride. Once she had gone to church, and the children were playing beside their father. The king looked sorrowfully at the stone figure and sighed, "If only I could bring you back to life, my faithful servant." Then the stone began to speak and said, "If you will give up your dearest and best, you can do even that." And the king cried, "I will give up everything I possess in the world for your sake." Then the stone went on, "If you will unalive your own children with your own hands and anoint me with their blood, then I shall receive my life again." The king was horrified to hear he was to unalive his little children with his own hands, but he thought of how his faithful servant had given his life for his master. So he drew his sword and did what was asked of him. When he had anointed the stone with their blood, the life returned to it, and John the Faithful stood once more before him, ruby with life and health. He smiled, and the king said, "Your faithfulness shall not go unrewarded." And the next moment, the 2 boys were whole again and playing about as though nothing had happened. The king was beside himself with joy. He saw the queen coming, and he hid John the Faithful and the 2 children in a cupboard. And when she came in the room, he asked, "Have you been praying in church today?" "Yes," she answered. but my thoughts would stray to our faithful John and the misfortune which befell him for our sake. Then the king said, My own dear wife, we have it in our power to restore him to life, but in order to do this, we must sacrifice our dear little sons. The queen turned pale, and her heart stood still with grief, but she said, All that we have we owe to this great, faithful friend. How glad the king was then to find that the queen's thoughts were even as his own. Let them rejoice, he said, for our faithful John is restored to us once more, and besides that, our dear little ones are spared. And then he told her all that had happened, and so it came to pass that they all lived happily together all the days of their lives. The knapsack, the hat, and the horn. There were once 3 brothers who gradually lost all their money until at length they were so poor that they had nothing to eat or drink. Things cannot go on like this, they would say. We had better go out into the world and seek our fortune. So they set out and walked for many a weary mile, and still they did not meet their fortune. But one day they reached a wood, and in the midst of the wood was a mountain. And when they came close to it, they saw that it was of silver. At length I have found my long-wished-for fortune, said the eldest, and I want nothing better. So he took as much silver as he could carry and went back home with it. The other 2 said, We shall expect something more from fortune than mere silver, and did not even touch it, but went further on. After a couple of days, they came to a mountain of pure gold. The second brother stood and looked at it, but could not make up his mind on how to act. What shall I do? He said. Shall I take as much gold as I can carry, so that I have sufficient to last all my life? Or shall I go farther? At length he decided, filled his pockets as full as they would hold, bid his brother farewell, and went home. But the 3rd brother said, Silver and gold have no charm for me. I will not spoil my chance of a good fortune, for very likely there's something better in store for me. So he went on his way, and when he had traveled for 3 days, he came to a wood which was thicker than the last and seemed without end, as he could find nothing in it to eat or drink. He was very nearly starving. He climbed a tall tree so that he might see if the wood was nearly at an end. But as far as the eye could see, there was nothing but the tops of trees to be seen. He slipped down the tree again, but was so tormented by hunger that he thought to himself, I should not mind anything if only I had something to eat. When he reached the ground, to his great astonishment, he saw beneath the tree a table richly spread with delicious food, the steam of which rose up towards him. This time, he said, I have my wish at the right time. Without waiting to ask who had brought the food or had cooked it, he went up to the table and ate with the greatest of enjoyment until his hunger was satisfied. When he had finished, he thought to himself, it would be a pity if the nice little tablecloth were to be spoiled in the wood. So he folded it neatly together and put it in his pocket. Then he went once more, but by the evening he was hungry again and thought he would make a trial of his cloth. So he spread it out, saying, I wish you would be covered with good food again. Hardly had he spoken the words than it was covered with many dishes of delicious food, as there were room for. Now I know, he said, in those kitchens my food is hasting welcome in, is cooked. You are more precious to me than the gold and silver mountains. For he saw at once that his tablecloth was a magic one. Still, he did not think the cloth was sufficient to return home with and settle down in ease. He felt it would be sooner see more of the world and find out if fortune had not even bigger things in store. One night he met a dusky, black-faced charcoal burner in the lonely wood. He was burning charcoal and had set up his supper of potatoes to cook upon the fire. Good evening, my blackbird, said the youth. How do you pass the time all alone here? One day is like the other, replied the charcoal burner, and every evening there are potatoes for supper. Will you be my guest and share them? Many thanks, the traveler answered, but I would not take your supper from you, and I do not reckon upon having a guest to share it. However, if you will be content with what I have, you shall be my guest. Who will prepare the meal for you? Asked the charcoal burner. There is no one within a couple of miles who could give you anything. All the same, there shall be plenty to eat, said the young man, and it will be better than anything you have ever tasted. He took the cloth out of the knapsack, spread it, and said, Cloth, be covered. And at once all sorts of roast and boiled meats stood before them, smoking hot as though they had just come from the kitchen. The charcoal burner stared, but he did not need much pressing and began to eat as fast as ever he could. When they had finished, the charcoal burner smiled contentedly and said, Listen, that cloth of yours pleases me remarkably well. It would be a first-rate thing for me to have it in the wood, where there is no one to cook anything nice for me. Let me see if I can make an exchange with you. There in the corner hangs a soldier's knapsack. True, it is old and shabby, but it has a wonderful power hidden in it. It's of no use to me, so I will exchange it for your cloth. First, I must hear what this wonderful power is, replied the traveler. I will tell you, said the charcoal burner. You have only to tap it 3 times with your hand, and out comes a corporal and 6 men, all armed from head to foot and ready to obey your commands. As far as I'm concerned, I'm willing to change, said the traveler, and he gave his cloth to the charcoal burner, lifted the knapsack from the peg, hung it upon his shoulders, and said goodbye. Before he had gone, he thought he would like to try magical powers of the knapsack, so he tapped it, Immediately, 7 soldiers slipped out, and the corporal asked, "What does my lord and commander wish for?" "March at once to the charcoal burner and demand my wishing cloth." They faced to the left, and before long they had brought him what he had wished for. They had taken it from the charcoal burner without troubling to ask for it. He ordered them to retire and then went further on, hoping that fortune would smile still more brightly upon him. By sunset, he came upon another charcoal burner who was just preparing his evening meal. "Will you share my food?" said the grimy fellow. "I have only potatoes and salt, without so much as a taste of drippings. But you are welcome to sit down." "No," replied the traveler, "you shall be my guest." And he spread a cloth which was immediately covered with delicious food. There was a drink together. There they ate and drank together and were best of friends. After supper, the charcoal burner said, "Upon the shelf there lies a little worn-out hat, which has, however, strange powers. When anyone puts it on and turns it around and around on his head, cannons begin to go off as though there were a dozen side by side, and they shoot everything down so that no one can withstand them. I have no use for that little hat, so I will give it to you in exchange for your cloth." "Yes, I have no objection," replied the traveler. So he took the hat, put it on his head, and left the cloth in place of it. But he had scarcely gone a few steps before he tapped his knapsack and ordered the soldiers to go and get it back again. "One thing comes on top of the other," he thought, "and I feel as though my luck had not come to an end yet." He thought he had not played him false, for after another day's journey he met a third charcoal burner, who invited him to share his supper of potatoes without drippings. The traveler allowed him to sup from his wishing cloth, and the charcoal burner liked the food so well that he offered to give him a horn in exchange for the cloth. The horn had quite a different power to the hat. When anyone blew it, the walls and fortifications and even towns and villages fell down in ruin. It is true. The traveler gave the charcoal burner his cloth for it, but he soon sent the soldiers back to fetch it, so that now he had the knapsack, the hat, and the horn. "Now," he said, "I am a made man, and it is time I went home to see how my brothers are getting on." When he reached home, he found that his brothers had built themselves a fine house with their gold and silver, and were living on the best of everything. He went in to see them, but because he was wearing a torn coat and a shabby hat, and had an old worn-out knapsack on his back, they would not own him as their brother. They mocked him and said, "So you pretend to be our brother, who despise silver and gold and crave for something still better. No doubt he will come back as mighty a king, and not as a beggar man." And they drove him out of their house. He was so angry that he tapped and tapped at his knapsack until and 50 men stood before him. He commanded them to surround the brothers' house, whilst the two of them took a couple of hazel rods and beat the two insolent fellows until they did know who he was. Then a fearful noise arose, and the people came hurrying along to see what was the matter and would have helped the two brothers had they been able to, but the soldiers prevented them. At length, the news of what was happening reached the king's ears. He was very angry and sent the captain and a troop to chase this disturber of the peace from the town. But the man with the knapsack soon had a larger troop and beat the captain and his men so that they ran home with their nose bleeding. Then said to the king, "This vagabond shall be brought to order." And the next day he sent still a bigger troop against him, but they could do even less than the first. The young man had more men ready to meet them, and in order to finish the matter quickly, he turned his hat and set the heavy guns to work so that the king's people were beaten and put to flight. "Now," he said, "I will not make peace again until the king has promised to give me govern the kingdom in his name." He sent a message to the king, who said to his daughter, "Must. It is hard not to crack, but there is nothing else for me to do. If I wish for peace and to keep the crown upon my head, I must give you to him." The marriage was celebrated, but the king's daughter was dreadfully vexed and to think that her husband was just a common man who wore a shabby old hat upon his head and carried a worn-out knapsack on his back. She was anxious to get rid of him and thought day and night of means to do so. So she thought to herself, could it be possible for his strange powers to be hidden in the knapsack? So she pretended to be very loving and made much of him. And when his heart was softened towards her, she said, "I wish you not to wear that ugly old knapsack. It makes you look so strange, and I am quite ashamed of you." "Dear child," he answered, "the knapsack is my greatest treasure. So long as I possess it, I need fear no power in the world." And he told her of the magic powers it possessed. Then she put her arm around his neck as though she were going to kiss him, but instead she managed to unfasten the knapsack from his shoulder and run off with it. As soon as she was alone, she tapped upon the knapsack and begged the soldiers seize the former master and lead him out of the royal palace. They obeyed, and then the false wife sent orders to chase him out of the land. He would have been ruined had it not been for his hat. Scarcely were his hands free than he turned it around twice, and once the cannons began to thunder and everything fell before them, the king's daughter was obliged to come herself and beg for pardon. Because she begged so earnestly and promised to behave better in the future, he allowed himself to be persuaded and forgave her. Then she pretended to grow very fond of him, and after a time she deceived him as well. That she told her that even if he lost the knapsack, he would still be able to hold his own so long as he had his hat. When she had found out the secret, she waited until he was asleep and took the hat away and ordered him to be turned out into the streets. But he still had the horn, and in great anger he blew it with all his might. In a moment, everything fortresses, towns, villages, and the king and his daughter were crushed. Then he put down the horn, but if he had not left off blowing when he did, there would have been nothing left standing at all. After this, no one attempted to resist him, so he made himself king over the whole country. A riddle story. 3 women were once changed into 3 flowers, which grew in the field. But one of them was allowed to spend the night in her own home. Once when the daylight was very near and she knew she must return to her companions in the field, she said to her husband, "If you are to come this morning and gather me, I shall be released from this enchantment and could stay with you always." This happens, and now comes the riddle. So listen closely. How did the man know which flower was his wife? For all 3 were exactly alike. You cannot guess. Then I shall tell you. Because she spent the night at home instead of in the field as the other did. The dew which fell upon them did not touch her, and this was how her husband recognized her. 3 little men in the wood. There was once a little man who had lost his wife, and a woman who had lost her husband. The man had a daughter, and the woman had a daughter. And one day the woman said to the man's daughter, "Tell your father I want to marry him. If I do, you shall wash in milk and drink the best wine. But my daughter will wash in water and drink too." The girl went home and told her father what the woman said. And as he could not make up his mind as to what he should do, he took off his boot and gave it to his daughter, saying, "Take it and hang it up on the big nail in the loft, and then pour water into it. There is a hole in the sole of it, and if the water runs through the hole, I will not take another wife." The girl did as her father told her, but the water drew the holes together so that not a drop ran through. She told him what had happened, and he came up himself to look. And when he saw that what she had spoken was the truth, he went straight to the widow and married her. But the stepmother did not keep her promise and treated the stepdaughter with great cruelty. Once in the winter, when the ground was frozen hard and the hills and valleys lay deep in the snow, the woman made a dress of paper and, calling her stepdaughter to her, said, "Put on this dress, go into the woods and pick me a basket of strawberries. I have a fancy for some." "But there are no strawberries in winter," said the little girl. "And why must I wear a paper dress outside? It is so cold that one very breath freezes." "Be off at once," said the stepmother, "and do not show your face again until you've filled up your basket with strawberries." Then she gave her a piece of bread and thought to herself, "She's sure to die of cold and hunger." So the poor girl set out in the bitter cold and wandered on until she came to a wood. And in the midst of the wood she saw a tiny house. Out of which 3 little men were peeping. She wished them good day at the door. They told her to come in. So she went into the room and sat down upon the bench beside the fire to warm herself, and began to eat breakfast. "Will you give us some?" asked the little man. Willingly, she replied, and divided her bread in halves. And then they asked how she came to be wandering in the woods in the middle of winter in such a thin dress. Alas, she said, I've been told to gather a basket of strawberries, and I'm afraid to go home until I have done so. When the girl had eaten her bread, the three little men gave her a broom, told her to sweep away the snow from the back door. Then, while she was out of the room, they said, what shall we give her for being so polite and kind and for sharing her bread with us? The first said, my gift is that she shall become more beautiful every day. The second said, whenever she speaks, golden guineas shall drop from her lips. And the third said, a king shall come and marry her. Now, the maiden was sweeping away the snow as the asked her to do, when what do you think she found? Why, ripe strawberries, which looked like bright red rubies against the white snow. With joy, she hastened to fill her basket, thanking the little men, shook them each by the hand, and ran home to give her stepmother the fruit she had so much longed for. No sooner had she entered the house and bidden them all a good evening than a golden guinea fell from her mouth. She told them all what had happened in the wood, and at each word a golden guinea came tumbling down, so that soon the whole room was full of them. Then the stepsister wished to go and search for the strawberries too, so her mother made her a splendid coat of fur and gave her bread and butter and cakes to eat on the way. So the girl set out for the wood and presently came to the little house, but the three little men were looking out of the window. Mm-mm-mm. But she gave them no greeting, and without waiting for permission, bounced into the room, sat down upon the big bench, and began to eat her bread and butter and cakes. Give us some, cried the little man. But she answered, I have scarcely enough for myself, so how can I give you any? When she finished her breakfast, they said, here is a broom. Go and sweep away the snow from our back door. But she saw that the little men did not mean to give her anything. She got up and went out. The three little men said to each other, what shall we give her, who is bad-tempered, wicked, and greedy, and will not give anything to others? The first said, my gift is that she shall become uglier by the day. The second said, whenever she speaks, a toad shall jump out of her mouth. The third said, her end shall be a sad one. The girl looked about for strawberries, but could not find a single one, so she went home in a rage. She opened her mouth to tell her mother what had happened, but at each word a toad jumped out, so as soon she became a horror to everyone. The stepmother took a great dislike than ever to the man's daughter, who grew more and more beautiful every day. And one day she sent her to the frozen river to wash the yarn for spinning. So she went to the river and began to chop a hole in the ice, when suddenly the king's carriage came dashing along. The carriage stopped, and the king asked, my child, who are you? What are you doing here? I am a poor maiden, and I am washing yarn, she answered. The king felt great pity for her, and seeing how beautiful she was, he said, will you come with me? Gladly will I come, she answered, for she was thankful to go away from her mother and sister. So she rode with the king to his castle, and their marriage was celebrated with great splendor. A year passed, and the queen had a little son. And then, when the stepmother heard of the great good fortune which had befallen her, she and her daughter went to the castle, pretending that they had just come to pay a visit. But when the king had gone away, the wicked woman and her cruel daughter seized the king and threw her out of the window into the stream which flew beneath. Then the ugly daughter got into the bed, and the old woman covered up her head. The following morning, the king came and stood by his wife's bedside and began talking to her. But when she answered him, a toad sprang out of her mouth at each word instead of the golden guineas. He could not understand it at all, but the old woman said it was on account of her illness and that she would soon be better. During the night, the little scullery boy saw a duck come swimming up the gutter, and he heard it say, "What is my little one doing?" "He's fast asleep in the cradle," replied the little boy. When the duck took the form of the queen and went upstairs to bend over her child's cradle, smoothing the coverlet, and then swam away down the gutter again in the shape of the duck. This happened for 2 nights. But on the third, the duck said to the boy, "Go to the king and tell him to take his sword and wave it over me 3 times upon the threshold of our home." The scullery boy told the king, and he came at once and waved his sword over the duck, and the 3rd time his wife stood before him. The king was very happy indeed, but he kept the king shut up in a little room until the Sunday when the baby was to be christened. When the christening was over, he said, "What should be done with a person who takes another out of bed and throws her into the water?" The old woman answered, "The wretch deserves nothing better than to be put in a barrel with sharp nails all over it and rolled down the side of a hill into the water." "You have pronounced your own sentence," said the king, and immediately sent for such a barrel, packed her and her daughter into it, and when the lid had been hammered on, ordered it to be rolled down the hill into the water. The Man of Iron. There was once a king whose palace was near a great wood, where all kinds of wild animals roam. He sent a huntsman into the wood to shoot a fat buck, but the huntsman never returned. "Perhaps he has met with an accident," said the king, and the next day he sent 2 more huntsmen to look for him, but these 2 did not come back either. On the 3rd day he sent for his huntsmen and bade them search the whole wood thoroughly until they found what had happened to the 3 that were lost. They went, but not one ever returned. Neither did a single hound out of the whole pack they had taken. From that time on, no one would venture into the wood. Solitude and silence reigned there. Only now and again an eagle or a hawk was seen hovering above it, but for that it had seemed deserted by all. This lasted for many years, and then it chanced that a strange huntsman came to the king and asked for a situation with him and offered to enter the dangerous wood. But the king would not give him his permission to this. "It is not safe," he said, "and you would probably share the fate of those who went before you and never come out." And answered, "Sir, I will go at my own risk. I'm afraid of nothing." So the huntsman went into the woods, taking his dog with him, and before long the animal found some game and was in full chase of it when suddenly it came to a standstill before a deep pool, out of which a naked arm appeared, seized the dog, and dragged it beneath the water. When the huntsman saw this, he at once retreated and fetched 3 men with buckets to bail out the water. When they came at length to the bottom of the pool, there lay a wild man whose body was brown like rust iron, and whose hair hung down over his face in long locks that reached to his knees. They bound him with cords and led him away to the castle. With excitement and surprise, there was, to be sure, over the wild man of the wood. The king ordered him to be shut up in an iron cage, which was placed in the courtyard. It was forbidden on pains of death to open the door of the cage, and the queen herself was obliged to take care of the key. From this time on, it became quite safe for anyone to go into the wood. The king had a little son who was 8 years old, and once he was playing in the courtyard, he let his golden ball roll into the cage. "Give me my ball back," cried the boy, but the man answered, "Not until you open the door of my cage." "I cannot do that," said the child, "for the king has forbidden it." And then he ran away. The next day he came again and asked for his ball, but the wild man only said, "First open the door." But the boy would not. On the 3rd day, when the king was hunting, the boy came to the cage and said, "Even if I would, I could not open the door, for I haven't the key." And the wild man answered, "It is under your mother's pillow. You can fetch it." The boy, who wanted his ball very badly indeed, thought no more about it. He just went and fetched the key. Even then it was difficult to open the door, and the boy pinched his fingers. But at length he managed it, and the wild man came out, gave the ball to him, and hurried away. Then the boy began to be afraid and cried, "Please, please don't go away, wild man, or I shall be beaten." The wild man turned, lifted the boy in his arms, and set him upon his shoulder, and hastened back into the woods. When the king came home, he saw the empty cage and asked the queen what had happened. She knew nothing about the matter, but when she came to look for the key, she could not find it. She called her son, but no one answered. And though the king sent messengers in every direction, they could not find him. Then he guessed what happened, and sorrow reigned. When the wild man reached the dark wood, he lifted the boy from his shoulder and said, "Father and mother are lost to you forever, but because you set me free, I will take care of you, for I am sorry for you. If only you will obey me, you may be happy. Of gold and precious treasures I have enough to spare." He made a bed of soft moss for the boy, upon which he slept soundly. And the next morning the man led him to the fountain and said, "See, the golden fountain is clear as crystal. You must sit beside it the whole day long, and take care that nothing falls into it, else it will be dishonored. Every morning I shall come and see if you have obeyed my command." The boy seated himself beside the fountain and saw now the little golden fish, now a little golden snake, twisted and turned in the clear water, and he was careful to see that nothing fell into it. As he sat there, he had a sudden pain in his finger, and without thinking, he put it into the water. He took it out at once, but saw it was covered with gold. And though he took great pains to dry it and rub it off, He could not do so. In the evening, the man of iron came back and looked at the boy and said, "What has happened to the fountain?" "Nothing at all," replied the boy, but he held his finger behind his back so it could not be seen. The man said, "You have dipped your finger in the fountain. I will forgive you this time, but see that you do not let anything else fall into it." By daybreak, the boy was seated beside the fountain and was being careful as he could that nothing should fall into it. But again his finger hurt him, and this time he held it to his head, when alas! A single hair fell down into the water. He took it out as quickly as he could, but it was already covered with gold. When the man of iron came, he knew before what had happened. "You have allowed a hair to fall into the fountain," he said. "I will overlook it this time, but if it happens again, the fountain will be dishonored, and I shall be able to keep you with me no longer." The third day, the boy sat beside the fountain, and no matter how his finger hurt him, he would not move. But the time passed slowly away. To amuse himself, he glanced at his own face and reflected in the surface of the water. Lowering and lowering, he bent it to the right and looked down into his eyes, and his long hair from his shoulders into the water. He straightened himself above it once more, but his whole head of hair was covered with gold and shone like the sun itself. You can think now how frightened the poor boy was. He took a handkerchief and bound it about his head so that the man of iron should not see it, but as soon as he came he knew what happened and said, "Untie the handkerchief." "You have failed in your trial," said the man, "and you can stay with me no longer. Go into the world and learn what poverty means. But because I know that your heart is good and true, I will do the best I can for you. If ever you are in trouble, come to the woods and cry aloud, 'Man of iron, man of iron,' and I will come and help you. My power is great, greater even than you can guess, and I have gold and silver in abundance." So the king's son left the woods and walked by a beaten path and unbeaten tracks over and onward until at length he came to a great city. There he sought for work, but he could find nothing, for he had never learned to do anything useful. At length he went to a castle and asked if they would take him in. The royal servants did not know what they could possibly make of him, but as he pleased them, they bade him stay, and in the end the cook engaged him to fetch water and wood and sweep the ashes. It happened once that there was no one else in hand, that the cook bade, and the boy carried the food to the royal table, and as he did not wish his golden hair to be seen, he did not remove his cap. Such a thing was never happened before, and the king said, "When you approach the royal table, you should take off your cap." "Alas, your majesty," he replied, "I cannot, for I have a bad sore place upon my head." The king sent for the cook and scolded him for taking such a boy into service, and told him to send him away. But the cook, who was sorry for him, exchanged him for the gardener's boy. So now the boy had to plant and water the flowers, and hoe and dig in the garden, no matter what the weather might be. Once in the summertime, when he was quite alone in the garden, he took off his cap so that the wind might cool his forehead, for he was very warm, and the sun shone down upon his hair, made it sparkle and shimmer, so that the rays darted right into the bedchamber of the king's daughter, and she sprang up to see what it was. She saw the boy and called him to bring her a nosegay of flowers. He hastened to replace his cap, and then gathered a bunch of wild flowers, bound them together. He climbed the staircase with them. He met the gardener, who said to him, "How can you take a bunch of common flowers like that to the princess. Throw them away at once and go and gather the rarest, most beautiful you can find." But the boy said, "No, the wild one smells the sweetest and will please her the best." When he entered the room of the princess said, "Take off your cap. It is not seemly that you should keep it on in my presence." Then the boy answered, "I cannot, for I have a bad sore upon my head." But the princess seized his cap and pulled it off, and the golden locks rolled down about his shoulders so that it was a sight to behold. He would have run away there and then, but she grasped his arm and gave him a handful of golden pieces. But he cared nothing for the money and only went straight to the gardener and gave it to him, saying, "I will make a present of it to your children. They can play with it." The next day the princess again asked for a bunch of wild flowers, and when he brought them for her, she tried to seize his cap, but he held it with both hands so that she could not. Again, she gave him a handful of money, and again he gave the little pennies to the gardener's children for their playthings. The third day, it was just the same. The princess could not take off his cap, and the boy would have none of her money. Not long afterwards, a war broke out, and the king was uncertain as to whether his army could overcome the enemies, for they were very strong indeed. Then the gardener's boy said, "I am no longer a child. I too will go to war, only you will give me a steed." And everyone laughed and said, "When we are gone, you can look for one. We will be sure and leave one in the stable for you." When they had gone, he went to the stable and took the horse they had left for him, but it was lame and could barely hobble along. However, he got upon his back and rode towards the wood. When he reached the outskirt, he called the men of iron 3 times, so loudly that the wood echoed with the sound. Immediately the wild man appeared and asked what he wanted. "I want to find a battle steed, that I may ride to the wars," he answered. "Then you shall have your wish," he answered, "and even more than you ask." He went back to the woods, and before long a groom appeared, leading a beautiful horse that snorted and pranced, and behind followed a troop of soldiers wearing iron armies, whose swords flashed in the sunlight. The youth gave his 3-legged horse to the groom, mounted the other one, and rode away at the head of the troop. As they neared the battlefield, they saw that a great part of the king's army lay slain, and in a short time the rest would have been defeated. But the youth rode forward at the head of his iron troop, passed like a hurricane right through the enemy, striking down all that came in his way, so that there was no resisting him. They turned to fly, but the youth pursued them hotly and did not stop until every man was no longer. Instead of returning to the king, he led his troop back to the wood and called the men of iron. "What do you want?" asked the wild man. The youth answered, "Take back your steed and your troop, and give me your 3-legged horse again." Everything happened as he wished, and he rode home upon the lame horse. When the king came back to his castle, his daughter came to meet him and wished him joy of victory. "It was not I who won the battle," said the king, "but a strange knight who came to help me with a troop of soldiers." Of course, the princess wanted to know who the strange knight might be, but the king could not tell her. After he had set out in pursuit of the enemy, I never saw him again. The princess went to the gardener to inquire what had become of his boy, but he laughed and said, "He has just returned upon the 3-legged steed, and everyone is making fun of him and crying, 'Here comes our Hoppery Dick back again.'" And they asked him which hedge he slept beneath during the battle, but he only answered, "It would have gone badly but for me." And then, of course, they teased him more than ever. The king told how his daughter, the king told his daughter that he intended to give a great feast at which she was to throw a golden apple for the knights to catch. Perhaps, he said, the unknown knight will come. As soon as the feast was announced, the youth went to the man of iron and begged that he might be allowed to catch the princess's apple. "You may count on it, surely as though you held it in your hand," said the wild man. "And besides that, you shall have the suit of red armor and a prancing chestnut horse to ride." When the day arrived, the youth went to the feast and took up his stand amongst the knights, but no one recognized him. The king's daughter came forward and threw the golden apple, but the youth was the only one who could catch it, and as soon as he had it, he rode quickly away. On the second day, the man of iron sent him to the feast as a white knight and gave him a white horse to ride. Again, he was the only one to catch the apple, but did not mention it as he galloped off, but did not lose it before he galloped off. This made the king exceedingly angry, and he said, "I cannot allow such behavior. He must present himself before me and tell me his name." And he commanded that the knight who had won the apple should appear again. He was to be pursued and brought back, even if it were by force. On the third day, the man of iron gave the youth a suit of black armor, a black horse, and again he succeeded in catching the apple. As he was racing away with it, the king's servants pursued him and so nearly came up with him that one of them wounded him in the leg. However, he managed to escape, though his horse reared so that the helmet was shaken off his head, and they could see that he had golden hair. The king's servant rode back and told him this. The next day, the princess went to the gardener and asked what his boy was doing. "He's working in the garden," replied the man. "The strange fellow went to a feast and only returned yesterday evening. He showed my children 3 golden apples which he had won." The king commanded that the youth should appear before him, and when he came, he again wore the cap on his head, but the princess went up to him and took it off, and his golden hair fell about his shoulders, so that everyone was surprised at the beauty of it. "Are you the knight who came every day to our feast, each time wearing a different color, each time winning the golden apple?" said the king. "Yes," replied the man. "See, here are the apples." And putting his hand in his pocket, he handed them to the king. "If you would have further proof, you may see the wound on which your servant gave me when he pursued me. I am also the knight who helped you win the victory over your enemies. If you can do so many deeds as these, you cannot be common gardener boy. Tell me who your father is." "My father is a mighty king, and I have riches in plenty, even more than I desire." "I am greatly indebted to you," said the king. "Is there anything I can do to repay you?" "Yes," answered the youth. "You can give me your daughter for my wife." The maiden began to laugh. "You are certainly not shy," she said, "but I knew quite well since I first saw your golden locks that you could be no gardener boy." She went up to him and kissed him. The young prince's father and mother came to the wedding, and very happy they were to find their dear son alive and well, for they had long since given up all hopes of ever seeing him again. As they sat at the marriage feast, the music suddenly ceased. The door sprang open, and a noble king entered, followed by a large company of knights and men-at-arms. He went up to the youth and embraced him, saying, "I am the man of iron. I was enchanted and turned into the wild man, but you have delivered me, and therefore all the treasures and riches which I possess are yours." Rapunzel. Once upon a time, there was once a little man who lived all alone with his wife in a little house, the back windows of which looked upon a magnificent garden. But around this garden was a high wall, and no one ever ventured into it because it belonged to an old witch who had great magic powers, so that everyone was afraid of her. One day, the wife was standing near her window, looking down at this garden, when it chanced that she saw a bed of radishes, which looked so green and fresh that she immediately had a great longing to eat some of them. Day by day, the longing grew, but of course she could not have the radishes, and she became pale and worn with thinking of them. Her husband was very sorry to see her look like this and asked, "What ails you, dear wife?" Then she told him how much she wished for some of those radishes growing in the next garden. As he loved her very dearly, he made up his mind that no matter what it cost him, she should have her wish. So in the evening, when it was dusk, he slipped over the wall and into the witch's garden, grasped a handful of radishes, and brought them to his wife. She made a salad of them and ate them with relish, but they were so good that the next day she longed for more, and her husband felt that he would not have no rest until she had her desire. So he waited until the evening came, and then once more slipped down over the garden wall. But oh, how frightened he was when he found himself face to face with the old witch. "How dare you come into my garden like a thief and steal my radishes?" she cried with angry looks. "See if I don't make you suffer for your rashness." "Forgive me," he cried, "for I have only erred from necessity. My wife, who's been seeing the radishes from our window, would have died of longing had she not had some." The witch appeared to soften and told him that he might take as many radishes as he pleased, "but," she said, "in return, you must promise me your first little child. I will be good and kind to it, and it shall want for nothing." The man was so frightened that he said yes, and then the witch allowed him to go. Now, it happened that the man and his wife had no children, but soon afterwards a little baby girl came to them, and at once the witch appeared and gave the child the name Rapunzel, which means a sort of radish, and carried it away with her. Rapunzel was the most beautiful child under the sun. When she was 12 years old, the witch shut her up in a tower which had neither staircase nor door, only a small window right at the very top of it. When the old witch wanted to come in, she stood below and cried, "Rapunzel, let down your hair." Rapunzel had magnificently long hair, as fine as spun gold, and when she heard the witch's voice, she unbound her long plaits, wound them around the hasp of the window, and let them fall 20 ells of hair and climb up the old witch. And up there the old witch climbed. After a year or two, it chanced that the king's son was riding through the woods and came to the tower where he heard such a beautiful singing that he was forced to stand and listen. It was Rapunzel singing to while away the time. The king's son at once wished to go to her and sought in vain for either the door or a staircase. He rode slowly homeward, but the song had touched his heart so that he could not help but return day by day to listen to the music. Welcome in. One day, as he stood behind a tree, he saw the old witch arrive and heard her call, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair." And Rapunzel let down her locks of hair, which the old woman climbed. "Ah," said the prince, "if it is the ladder one has to climb, I will try my luck." The next day, when it began to get dark, he went up to the tower and cried, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair." At once the hair came tumbling down, and the king's son mounted. Oh, how frightened Rapunzel was when she saw a man jump through the window, for she had never seen one before. But the prince was very kind and friendly and told her how his heart had been touched by her sweet singing and that he had known no rest until he had seen the singer. So Rapunzel ceased to be afraid, and when he asked her if she would like for him for a husband, she laid her hand in his and said, "Yes," for she thought, "He is young and handsome, and he will love me better than the old Dame Gothel." But then she said, "Although I willingly go with you, I don't know how I'm to get down. Whenever you come to see me, you must bring a skein of silk with you, and I will weave it into a ladder. Then, when it is ready, I can climb down it, and you can carry me away upon your horse." They agreed that the prince should only visit her in the evenings because the old witch always came in the daytime. All went well until one day Rapunzel said to the witch, "I wonder how it is, Dame Gothel, that you are so much heavier for me to draw up than the king's son. He is with me in a moment." "You wicked child," cried the witch. "What's this I hear? I thought I had separated you from the world, and yet you have deceived me." In her anger, she clutched Rapunzel's beautiful hair, and seizing a pair of scissors, snip, snap, she cut it all off, and the thick plaits lay upon the ground. And so merciless was she that she carried poor Rapunzel away to a desert place where she was forced to live in great grief and misery. On the very same day, she made Rapunzel's golden locks fast to the window, and when the king's son came in the evening and cried, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair," she let it down. The prince mounted, but alas, instead of dear Rapunzel, he found the old witch, who gazed at him with angry, venomous eyes. "Ah!" she cried mockingly. "So you came to fetch your dear little wife, eh? But the singing bird is no longer in its nest. The cat has carried it far away and will scratch your eyes out for you, too. Rapunzel is lost to you forever. You will never see her again." The prince was beside himself with grief, and in his despair he leapt from the tower, and although he did not lose his life, the thorns to which he fell pierced his eyes and blinded him. So he roamed blindly through the woods, living upon roots and berries, doing nothing but grieve over the loss of his dear wife. For many years he wandered about in misery and came at length to the desert place which Rapunzel was living. He heard a sweet voice which seemed so familiar to him, and he went towards it. And soon as Rapunzel saw him, she recognized him and fell upon his neck, weeping. Then 2 of her tears ran down and moistened his eyes, and at once they were healed, and he could see as clearly as before. The prince led Rapunzel home to his kingdom. They were received with great joy, and they lived in happiness and contented for many, many years. Little One Eye, Little Two Eye, Little Three Eyes. There was a woman who had 3 daughters, the eldest of whom was called Little One Eye because she had only one eye in the middle of her forehead. The second, Little Two Eye, because she had 2 eyes like other people, and the youngest, Little Three Eyes, because she had 3 eyes, one of them being also in the middle of her forehead. But because Little Two Eye looked no different than other people, her sisters and mothers could not bear her. They said, "You with your 2 eyes are no better than anybody else. You do not belong to us." They knocked her about and gave her shabby clothes and food, which was left over from their own meals. It happened that Little Two Eyes had to go out into the fields to look after the goats, but she was still quite hungry because her sisters had given her so little to eat. She sat down on a hillock and began to cry. And as soon as she looked up once in her sorrow, a woman stood near her and asked, "Little Two, why do you cry?" Little Two answered, "Have I not need to cry? Because I have 2 eyes like other people. My sister and my mother cannot bear me. They push me out of one corner into another. They give me shabby clothes and nothing to eat but what they leave. Today they've given me so little that I'm still quite hungry." The wise woman said, "Little Two Eyes, dry your tears, and I will tell you something which will keep you from ever being hungry. Only say to your goat, 'Little goat, bleat, little table rise,' and a neatly laid table will stand before you with the most delicious food on it, so that you can eat as much as you like. And when you are satisfied and do not want the table any more, only say, 'Little goat, bleat,' and the little table away, and it will disappear before your eyes." Then the wise woman went out of sight. Little Two Eyes thought, "I must try it directly. Is it true what she has said? I am much too hungry to wait." She said, "Little goat, bleat, little table rise," and scarcely had she uttered the words when there stood before her the little table covered with a cloth, on which laid a plate, knife, fork, and a silver spoon. The most delicious food was there, smoking hot, as if it had just come from the kitchen. The Little Two Eyes said the shortest grace that she knew, "Lord God, Be our guest at all times. Amen. Began to eat and found it very good. And when she had enough, she said, as the wise woman had taught her, "Little goat, bleat, little table away." And in an instant, the table and all that stood where the table was had disappeared again. That is a beautiful, easy way of housekeeping, thought little Two Eyes, and was quite happy and merry. In the evening, when she came home with her goat, she found a little earthen dish with food, which her sisters had put aside for her, but she did not touch anything. She had no need. On the next day, she went out again with her goat and let the few crusts that were giving her remain uneaten. The first time and the second time, the sisters took no notice. But when the same thing happened every day, they remarked on it and said, "All is not right with little Two Eyes. She always leaves her food, and she used to eat up everything that was given to her. She must have found other ways of dining." In order to discover the truth, they resolved that little One Eye should go with little Two Eyes when she drove the goat into the meadow and see whether anybody brought her anything to eat and drink. So when little Two Eyes set out again, little One Eyes came to her and said, "I'll go with you into the field and see that the goat is properly taken care of and driven to good pastures." But little Two Eyes saw that little One Eye had in her mind and drove the goat into long grass, saying, "Come, little One Eye, we will sit down. I will sing you something." Little One Eye sat down, being tired from all the unusual walking and from the heat of the sun. And little Two Eyes kept on singing, "Are you awake, little One Eye? Are you asleep, little One Eye?" Then little One Eye shut her one eye and fell asleep. And when little Two Eyes saw that little One Eye was fast asleep, she could not betray anything. She said, "Little goat, bleat, little table, rise," and sat herself at the table and ate and drank until she was satisfied. Then she called out again, "Little goat, bleat, table away," and instantly everything disappeared. Little Two Eye now woke little One Eye and said, "Little One Eye, you pretend to watch and fall asleep over it, and in the meantime the goat could have ran all over the world. Come, we will go home." Then they went home, and little Two Eyes let her little dish again stand untouched. And little One Eye, who could not tell the mother why her sister would not eat, said as an excuse, "Oh, I fell asleep out there." The next day, the mother said to little Three Eyes, "This time you shall go and see if little Two Eyes eats out of doors, and if anyone brings her food and drink, for she must eat and drink secretly." Then little Three Eyes went to little Two Eyes and said, "I'll go with you and see whether the goat is properly taken care of and driven to a good pasture." But little Two Eyes saw what little Three Eyes had in her mind and said as before, and she drove the goat a long way into the grass and said as before, "We'll sit down here, little Three Eyes, and I will sing you something." Little Three Eyes seated herself, being tired from the walk and the heat of the sun, and little Two Eyes began the same song and sang, "Are you awake, little Three Eyes?" But instead of singing, then as she should, "Are you asleep, little Three Eyes?" she sang through carelessness, "Are you asleep, little Two Eyes?" and went on singing, "Are you awake, little Three Eyes? Are you asleep, little Two Eyes?" So the two eyes of the little Three girls fell asleep, but the third eye did not go to sleep because it was not spoken to by the verse. Little Three Eyes, to be sure, shut it and make believe to go to sleep, but only through slyness, for she winked with it and could see everything quite well. And then little Two Eyes thought that little Three Eyes was fast asleep. She said her little sentence, little goat bleat, little table rise, ate and drank heartily, and then told the little table to go away again. Little goat bleat, little table away. But little Three Eyes had seen everything. Then little Two Eyes came over to her, woke her, and said, "Ah, little Three Eyes, you have been asleep. You kept watch well. Come, we shall go home." And when they got home, little Two Eyes again did not eat. And little Three Eyes said to the mother, "I know why the proud thing does not eat. When she says to the goat out there, 'Little goat bleat, little table rise,' there stands a table before her, which is covered with the very best food, much better than we have here. And when she is satisfied, she says, 'Little goat bleat, little table away,' and everything has gone away. I have seen it all exactly. She put two of my eyes to sleep with her little verse, but the one on my forehead luckily remained awake." Then the envious mother cried out, "Shall she be better off than we are?" Fetched the butcher's knife and stuck it in the goat's heart, so it fell down. Little Two Eyes went out full of grief, seated herself, and wept bitter tears. All at once the wise woman appeared, stood near her again, and said, "Little Two Eyes, why do you cry?" "Shall I not cry?" answered she. "The goat, whose every day when I said your little verse laid the table so beautifully, has been unalived by my mother, and now I must suffer hunger and thirst again." The wise woman said, "Little Two Eyes, beg your sisters to give you the heart of the goat and bury it in the ground before the house door, and it will turn out lucky for you." Then she disappeared, and little Two Eyes went home and said to her sisters, "Dear sisters, please give me some part of my goat. I don't ask for anything good, only give me the heart." Then they laughed at her. "You can have it if you do not want anything else." Little Two Eyes took the heart and buried it before the house door after the advice of the wise woman. The next morning, when the sisters awoke and went to the house door together, there stood the most wonderful, splendid trees with leaves of silver and fruit of gold hanging between them. Nothing more beautiful could be seen in the wide world. But they did not know how the tree had come there in the night. Little Two Eyes noticed that it had grown out of the heart of the goat, for it stood just where she had buried it in the ground. Then the mother said to little One Eye, "Climb up and gather us some fruit from the tree." Little One Eye climbed up, but when she went to seize a golden apple, the branch sprang up out of her hand. This happened every time, so she could not gather a single apple, though she tried as much as she could. Then the mother said, "Little Three Eyes, do you climb up? You can see better about you with your three eyes than little One Eye." Little One Eye scrambled down, and little Three Eyes climbed up. But little Three Eyes was no cleverer, and might look about her as much as she liked, but the golden apple always sprang back from her grasp. At last the mother became impatient and climbed up herself, but before she could touch the fruit, just as she could not touch the fruit, just as little One Eye or little Three Eyes, she always grasped the empty air. Then little Two Eyes said, I will go up myself. Perhaps I shall prosper better. You, cried the sisters, with your 2 eyes, what can you do? But little Two Eye climbed up the golden apples did not spring away from her, but dropped themselves into her hand, so that she gathered one after the other and brought them down, a whole apronful. It happened as they stood together by the tree one day that a young knight came by. Quick, little Two Eyes, cried the two sisters, creep under, so that we may not be ashamed of you, and threw over poor little Two Eyes in the great hurry an empty cask that stood just by the tree, and pushed also beside her the golden apples which she had broken off. Now, as the knight came nearer, he proved to be a handsome prince who stood still and admired the beautiful tree of gold and silver, and said to the two sisters, to whom does this beautiful tree belong? She who gives me a branch of it shall have whatever she wishes. Then little One Eye and little Three Eye answered that the tree was theirs, and they would break off a branch for him. They both of them gave themselves a great deal of trouble, but it was no use, for the branches and fruit sprang back from them every time. Then the knight said, it is very wonderful that the tree belongs to you, and yet you have no power of gathering anything from it. They insisted, however, that the tree was their own property, but as they spoke, little Two Eyes rolled a few golden apples from under the cask, so that they ran to the feet of the knight. Little Two Eyes was angry that the little One Eye and little Three Eyes did not tell the truth. When the knight saw the apples, he was astonished and asked where they came from. Little One Eye and little Three Eyes answered that they had another sister, who might not, however, show herself, because she only had 2 eyes like other common people. But the knight desired to see her and called out, little Two Eyes, come out. Then little Two Eyes came out of the cask quite comfortable, and the knight was astonished at her great beauty and said, you, little Two Eyes, can certainly gather me a branch from the tree. Yes, answered little Two Eyes, I can do that, for the tree belongs to me. And she climbed up and easily broke off a branch with its silver leaves and golden fruit, and handed it to the knight. Then the knight said, little Two Eyes, what shall I give you for it? Oh, answered little Two Eyes, I suffer hunger and thirst, sorrow and want from early morning till late evening. If you would take me with you and free me, I shall be happy. Then the knight lifted little Two Eyes on his horse and took her home to his castle, where he gave her beautiful clothes, food, and drink, as much as she wanted. And because he loved her so much, he married her. The marriage was celebrated with great joy. Now, when little Two Eyes was taken away by the handsome knight, the two sisters envied her very much. The wonderful tree remains for us, though, they thought, and even though we cannot gather any fruit off it, and maybe I will stand before it and praise it, and maybe it will be nice to us. But the next morning the tree had disappeared, and all their hopes with it. Little Two Eyes lived a happy, long time. Once the two poor women came to her in the castle and begged alms. Then little Two Eyes looked in their face and recognized her sisters, who had fallen into such poverty that they had to seek their bread from door to door. Little Two Eyes bade them welcome and was very good to them and took care of them, for they both repented from their hearts the evil that they had done to their sister in their youth. Bearskin. There was once a young man who went for a soldier, and a brave fellow he proved himself, being always in the thickest of the fight, and afraid of neither shot nor shell. So long as the war lasted, all went well with him. But when peace was made, the captain told him they had no further use of him, and he might go where he pleased. His parents were no longer alive, so he had no home, but he went to his brothers and asked them to take him in until the war began again. But the brothers were hard-hearted and said, "What can we do with you? You are of no use to us. Go and earn your living for yourself." The soldier possessed nothing but his gun, so he placed it upon his shoulder and went out into the world. He came at length to a wide moor, upon which there was nothing to be seen but a ring of trees. He seated himself beneath their shade and began to think sadly of his hard fate. All at once he heard a rustling beside him and looked around, saw a strange man dressed in a green coat. He was very tall and stately, but had an ugly cloven foot. "I know your need," said the stranger, "and I will give you more money and possessions than you could possibly want. But first, I must be certain that you are absolutely without fear, for I do not wish to spend money for nothing." "A soldier and fear are strangers to each other," the young man answered. "Prove me if you will. I am ready." "Very well," said the stranger. "Look behind you." The soldier turned and saw a bear coming towards him, growling fiercely. I'll tickle your nose for you, so that you won't be quite so fond of growling in the future." And he aimed at the bear and shot it right through the muzzle, so that it fell down and never stirred again. "I can see," said the stranger, "that you are no coward, but you still have one condition to fulfill. I will undertake it also," replied the soldier. "It has nothing to do with my soul, if it has nothing to do with my soul," for he guessed that it was an evil spirit that he had to deal with. "Otherwise, I have nothing to say. You can judge for yourself," answered the man. "For the next 7 years you must neither wash yourself nor comb your hair and beard. You must cut your nails or whisper so much as one prayer. I'll give you a coat and a cloak which you must wear during this time. If you die before the 7 years are up, you belong to me, but if not, you are free and rich for the rest of your life." The soldier thought of the great need he was in, and as how he had faced death so often, he decided to risk it now and agreed to the terms. The stranger took off his green coat and gave it to the soldier, saying, "When you're wearing this coat, you have but to put your hand in the pocket and you will find it full of money." Then he took the skin off the bear and said, "That shall be both your cloak and your bed, and on that alone you must sleep, and never on any other bed. On account of this, you shall be called Bearskin." Having said this, the stranger immediately disappeared. The soldier put on the coat, felt in the pocket, and found that it was all true. Then he swung the bearskin across his shoulder and went out into the world to enjoy himself, spending money right and left as he pleased. For the first year, things were not so bad, but by the second year, he looked like a monster. Nearly the whole of his face was covered with hair. His beard was like a piece of coarse felt. His nails were like claws, and his face was so thickly covered with dirt that if a crease had been sown upon it, it would have taken a root in no time. People fled before him, but he gave money to the poor that they might pray he should not die within the 7 years. And as he paid handsomely for all he had, he could always find a shelter somewhere. In the 4th year, he went to an inn where the landlord refused to receive him. He would not even give him a corner in the stable because he was afraid the horses would shy at him. But when Bearskin put his hand in his pocket and drew out some golden ducats, the host began to relent and gave him a room in a little outhouse. But he made a promise not to show himself so that the house might not get a bad name. As Bearskin sat all alone in the evening, wishing from the bottom of his heart that the 7 years were at an end, he heard loud cries coming from the next room. He had a kind heart, so he opened the door and saw an old woman weeping bitterly with his hands clasped above his head. Bearskin went nearby, but the man jumped up and tried to escape from him. However, when he heard a human voice, he was not so much afraid, and very soon, by speaking kindly to him, Bearskin persuaded the old man to tell him the cause of his trouble. His fortune had been gradually lost. There was nothing left but starvation, both for him and his daughters, and besides this, as he had no money with which to pay the innkeeper, he was to be sent to prison. "If that's all that troubles you," said Bearskin, "I have money in plenty." He sent for the landlord and paid him, and thrust a purse of gold into the poor man's pocket. When the old man found himself set free from his troubles, he did not know what to do to prove his gratitude. "Come with me," he said. "My daughters are great beauties, and you shall choose one of them for your wife. When they hear that you have done for me, they will not refuse. It is true your appearance is a little strange, but a good wife will soon improve you." Bearskin was pleased, so he went. The eldest daughter saw him and was so horrified with his looks that she screamed and ran away. The second stood and looked at him from head to foot and then said, "How can I marry a man who has lost his human form? I would sooner marry the shaven beard which comes here once and pretended to be a man. For at any rate it would be the fur cloak of a accuser with white gloves, and for merely ugly I should get used to him." Hausergus, the youngest, said to your father, "He must have a kind heart, or you would not have helped you in your need. You promised him a bride, and your word must not be broken." It was a pity Bearskin's face was so covered up with dirt and hair that they could not see how glad he was to hear these words. He took a ring from his finger and broke it in two, gave one half to the girl, and kept the other half himself. On the girl's half he wrote his name and told her to take great care of the piece. And then he bade her farewell and said, "For 3 long years I must be a wanderer. If I do not come back then, you are free, for I shall be unalive. But pray God to grant me my life back." The poor bride clothed herself in black and wept whenever she thought of her bridegroom. Her sisters mocked and teased her the whole day long. "Take care, when you give him your hand, he will drive his claws into you." "Beware," said the second. "Bears are fond of sweet things. If you please him, he'll eat you up." "You must always do as he wishes," the eldest went on, "else he will begin to growl, And the second sister added, "Still, the wedding will be merry. One bears dance so well." The bride was never said a word and would not take any notice of them. Bearskin wandered about from one place to another, doing all the good that came in his way and giving money to the poor that they might pray for him. At length, the last day of the 7 years dawned, and he went once more to the moors, seated himself beneath the ring of trees. Before long, the wind whistled, and there stood the evil spirit glaring at him viciously. He threw the soldier's old coat at him and asked for the green one back. "We haven't come to that yet," answered Bearskin. "First, you must make me clean again." Whether he would or no, the evil spirit was forced to fetch water and give Bearskin a good scrubbing, comb his hair, and cut his nails, after which he looked like a fine young soldier again, only that he was far handsomer than he had been before. When the evil spirit had gone, Bearskin felt quite light-hearted. He went into the town and bought a magnificent velvet coat, jumped into a carriage drawn by 4 white horses, and drove to his bride's home. No one recognized him, and the father, supposing him to be some distinguished general, led him into the room where his daughters were seated. He was pressed to take his place between the two eldest, who helped him to wine and gave him the best of everything, thinking all the while that they had never seen a handsomer man. But his bride sat silent, clothed all in black, and never even raised her eyes. Presently he asked the father if he would give him one of his daughters for a wife, whereupon the two eldest jumped up and running into their rooms began to deck themselves in their best clothes, for each one thought she would be the one chosen. As soon as the stranger was alone with his bride, he took out his half of the broken ring and dropped it into a cup of wine which he'd handed her. When she had emptied the cup, she saw the half ring lying at the bottom, and her heart beat fast. She felt her own half, which she wore on a ribbon around her neck, put the two pieces together and saw they fit exactly. Then he said, "I am your promised bridegroom, whom you saw before as Bearskin, but who now stands before you in his human form, clean and wholesome." He went to her, and taking her in his arms, kissed her tenderly. At that moment the two sisters entered, decked in their best, and when they saw that the handsome stranger had chosen their younger sister and heard how he had once been Bearskin, they ran out of the house, and in their rage one drowned herself in the well, while the others climbed up a tree. Odds and ends. There was once a maiden who was very pretty, but also very idle and careless. When she sat at her spinning wheel, she would not trouble to unravel a knot in the flax, but tore it out and threw it upon the floor beside her. She had a maid servant who was very industrious and collected these odds and ends of flax, washed them and spun them, and made herself a pretty dress out of the material. The idle maiden was soon to be married, and the eve of the wedding the busy little maidservant put on her pretty dress and danced right merrily. The bride, who was watching her, said to the young man, "See how that girl there bows and bends, dressed in my cast-off old clothes, odds, dressed in my cast-off odds and ends." The bridegroom asked his bride what she meant, so she told him how the girl had made herself a dress out of pieces of flax which she had thrown away. When the bridegroom heard the story and found how idle she must be and how industrious the poor girl was, he gave up his bride and went and chose the other girl for his wife instead. The Six Swans. Once upon a time, a king, hunting in a great forest, chased a wild boar so eagerly that none of his people could follow him. When evening came, he stopped to look about him and saw that he had lost himself. He sought everywhere for a way out of the wood, but could not find none. Then he perceived coming towards him an old woman whose head kept constantly shaking. She was a witch. "My good woman," he said to her, "cannot you show me the way through the wood?" "Oh, yes, your majesty," she answered, "that I can, but only on one condition, and if you do not agree to it, you will never get out, and must die here of hunger." "What is the condition?" asked the king. "I have an only daughter," said the old woman, "and she is as beautiful as anyone you could find in the wide world, and well deserves to be your wife. If you will make her your queen, I'll show you the way out of the wood." The king, in the fear of his heart, consented, and the old woman led him to her house, where her daughter sat by a fire. She received the king as if she had expected him, and he saw that she was very beautiful, but still she did not please him, and he could not look at her without a secret shudder. After he had lifted up the maiden beside him on his horse, the old woman showed him the way, and the king arrived again at his royal castle where the wedding was celebrated. He had been married once before and had, by his first wife, 7 children, 6 boys and a girl, whom he loved more than anything in the world. But because he was afraid that the stepmother might not treat them well or might even do them some harm, he took them to a lonely castle which stood in the middle of a wood. It was so hidden that the road was so difficult to find that he himself would not have found it if a wise woman had not given him a wonderful skein of thread, which when he threw it down before him unrolled itself and showed him the way. The king went out so often to his dear children that the queen noticed his absence and was full of curiosity to know what business took him thus alone into the wood. So she gave his servants a sum of money, and they told her the secret, and also told her of the scheme, which was the only thing that could show the way. After that, she never rested till she had found out where the king kept the scheme. Then she made some little white silk shirts, and as she had learned witchcraft from her mother, she sewed a spell into every one of them. And one day when the king was gone out to hunt, she took the little shirts and went into the wood, and the scheme showed her the way. The 6 brothers who saw someone in the distance thought their dear father was coming and ran to meet him full of joy. As they approached, the queen threw one of the shards over each of them, and when the shard touched their body, they were changed into swans and flew away over the wood. The witch's daughter went home quite happy and thought she had got rid of all her stepchildren. But the one little girl had not run out with her brothers, and the queen knew nothing about her. The next day, the king came joyfully to visit his children, but he found nobody except the little sister. "Where are your brothers?" he asked. "Oh, dear father," she answered, "they are gone and have left me alone." And then she told him all that she had seen out the window, how her brothers were turned into swans and had flown away over the woods. She also showed him the feathers which they had dropped into the courtyard and which she had picked up. The king was grieved, but never thought that the queen had done this wicked deed. However, because he dreaded lest the little girl would be stolen from him likewise, he wished to take her away with him, but she was afraid of the stepmother and begged the king to let her stay one night more in the castle in the wood. The poor little girl thought, "I cannot rest here any longer. I will go look for my brothers." And when the night came, she ran away and went straight into the wood. She went all through the night and the next day too, till she was so tired that she could go no further. Then she saw a little house and went in and found a room with 6 little beds. She did not dare lie down in any, but crept under one of them, laid herself on the hard floor, and meant to pass the night there. But when the sun was just going to set, she heard a rustling and saw 6 swans come flying at the window. They sat down on the floor and blew at one another, blew off all their feathers, and took off their swan skins like shirts. Then the little girl saw them and recognized her brothers and was very glad and crept out from under the bed. The brothers were not less rejoiced when they saw their little sister, but their joy did not last long. "You cannot stop here," they said they to her. "This is the house belonging to robbers. If they come home and find you, they will unalive you." "Cannot you protect me?" asked the little sisters. "No," answered they. "We can only take off our swan skins for a quarter of an hour every evening and have our natural shape for that time, but afterwards we are turned into swans again." The little sister cried and said, "Cannot you be released?" "Oh, no," answered they. "The conditions are too hard. You must not speak or laugh for 6 years and must make for us 6 shirts out of stitchweed during that time. If while you are making them a single word comes from your mouth, all your work will be of no use." When our brothers had said this, the quarter of the hour was over, and they turned into swans again and flew out of the window. But the little girl made a firm resolution to release her brothers, even if it cost her life. She left the house and went into the middle of the wood and climbed up the tree and spent the night there. Next morning she got down, collected a quantity of stitchweed, and began to sew. She could not speak to anyone, and she did not want to laugh, so she sat and only looked at her work. When she had been there a long time, it happened that the king of the country was hunting in the wood, and his hunters came to the tree on which the little girl sat. They called her and said, "Who are you?" But she gave them no answer. "Come down to us," they said. "We will not do you any harm." But she only shook her head. As they kept teasing her with their questions, she threw them down her gold necklace as though they would be satisfied with that. But they did not leave off, so she threw her sash down to them, and that was no good. She threw down her garters, and at last everything that she had on and could spare, so that she had nothing left but her shift. But the hunters would not be sent away, and climbed up the tree and brought down the little girl and took her to the king. The king asked, "Who are you? What were you doing up in the tree?" But she did not answer. He asked it in all the languages that he knew, but she remained as dumb as a fish. But because she was so beautiful, the king's heart was moved, and he fell deeply in love with her. He wrapped his cloak around her, took her before him on the horse, and brought her to his castle. Then he had her dressed in rich clothes, and she shone in her beauty like bright sunshine. But they could not get a word out of her. He set her by him at the table, and her modest look and proper behavior pleased him so much that he said, "I will marry her and no one else in the world." And after a few days, he was married to her. But the king had a wicked mother who was not pleased with this marriage and spoke ill of the young queen. "Who knows where this girl comes from?" she said. "She cannot speak. She's not good enough for a king." A year after, when the queen brought her first child into the world, the old mother took it away and smeared her mouth with blood while she was asleep. Then she went to the king and accused her of eating her child. The king would not believe it and would not let anyone do her any harm. And she always sat and sewed the shirts and took no notice of anything else. Next time, when she had another beautiful baby, the wicked stepmother did the same as before, but the king could not resolve to believe what she said. He said, "My wife is too pious and good to do such a thing. If she were not dumb, and if she could defend herself, her innocence would be made clear." But when the third time the old woman took away the newborn child and accused the queen, who could not say a word in her own defense, the king could not help himself. He was forced to give her up to the court of justice, and she was condemned to suffer death by fire. When the day came upon which the sentence was to be executed, it was exactly the last day of the 6 years, in which she might not speak or laugh, and she had freed her dear brothers from the power of the spell. The 6 little shirts were finished, except that on the last one a sleeve was wanting. When she came to the place of execution, she laid the shirts on her arm, and when she stood at the stake and the fire was just going to be lit, she looked around, and there came 6 swans flying through the air. Her heart leapt with joy, for she saw that her deliverance was near. The swans flew to her, crouched down so that she could throw the shirts over them, and as soon as the shirt touched them, their swanskin fell off, and her brother stood before her. They were all grown up, strong and handsome. Only the youngest had no left arm, but instead a swan's wing. They hugged and kissed their sister many times, and then the queen went to the king and began to speak and said, "My dearest husband, now I may speak and declare to you that that I am innocent and falsely accused." And she told him about the deceit of the old mother who had taken away her 3 children and hidden them. However, they were soon fetched back to the great joy of the king, and the wicked mother-in-law was tied to the stakes and burnt to ashes. But the king and queen, with their 6 brothers, lived many years in peace and happiness. Iron stove. Once upon a time, when wishes came true, there was a king's son who was enchanted by an old witch, so that he was obliged to sit in a large iron stove in the wood. There he lived for many years, and no one could free him. At last, a king's daughter came into the wood, and she had lost her way, could not find her father's kingdom again, so she had been wandering around and around for 9 days, and she came at last to the iron case. A voice from within and asked her, "Where do you come from? Where do you want to go?" She answered, "I've lost my way to my father's kingdom, and I shall never get home again." Then the voice from the iron stove said, "I will help you find your home again, and that in a very short time, if you will promise to do what I ask. I am a greater prince than you are a princess, and I will marry you." Then she grew frightened and thought, "What can a young lassie do with an iron stove?" But she wanted very much to go home to her father, so she promised to do what he wished. He said, "You must come again and bring a knife with you to scrape a hole in the iron." Then he gave her someone for a guide who walked near her and said nothing, but he brought her in 2 hours to her house. There was great joy in the castle when the princess came back, and the old king fell on her neck and kissed her. But she was very much troubled and said, "Dear father, listen to what has befallen me. I should have never come home again out of the great wild wood if I had not come across an iron stove, to whom I have had to promise that I will go back and free him and marry him." The old king was so frightened that he nearly fainted, for she was his only daughter. So they consulted together and determined that the miller's daughter, who was very beautiful, should take her place. They took her there and gave her a knife and said she must scrape at the iron stove. She scraped for 24 hours, but did not make the least impression. When the day broke, a voice called from the iron stove, "It seems to me that it's day outside." And then she answered, "It seems to me I think I hear my father's mill rattling." "So you're the miller's daughter? Then go away at once and tell the king's daughter to come." Then she went away and told the old king that the thing inside the iron stove would not have her, but wanted the princess. The old king was frightened, and his daughter wept. But they had a swineherd's daughter who was even more beautiful than the miller's daughter, and they gave her a piece of gold to go to the iron stove instead of the princess. Then she was taken out and had to scrape for 24 hours, but but she could make no impression. As soon as the day had broke, the voice from the stove called out, "It seems to be daylight outside." And then she answered, "It seems so to me too. I think I hear my father blowing his horn." "So you're the swineherd's daughter. Go away at once and let the king's daughter come, and say to her that what I foretell shall come to pass, and if she does not come, everything in the kingdom shall fall to ruin, and not one stone shall be left upon the other." When the princess heard this, she began to cry, but it was no good. She had to keep her word. She took leave of her father, put a knife in her belt, and went to the iron stove in the wood. As soon as she reached it, she began to scrape, and the iron gave way, and before 2 hours had passed, she had made a little hole. Then she peeped in and saw such a beautiful youth, all shining with gold and precious stones, that she fell in love with him on the spot. So she scraped away even harder than ever, and made the hole so large that he could get out. Then he said, "You are mine, and I am thine. You are my bride, and have set me free." He wanted to take her with him to his kingdom, but she begged him just to let her go once more to her father. And the prince let her go, but told her not to say more than 3 words to her father, then come back again. So she went home, but alas, she said more than 3 words, and immediately the iron stove vanished and went away over a mountain of glass and sharp swords. But the prince was free and was no longer shut up in it. Then the princess said goodbye to her father and took a little money with her and went again into the great wood to look for the iron stove, but she could not find it. She sought it for 9 days, and then her hunger became so great that she did not know how she could live any longer. And when it was evening, she climbed a little tree and wished that night would not come, because she was afraid of the wild beast. When midnight came, she saw afar off a little light and thought, if only I could reach that. Then she got down from the tree and went towards the light. She came to a little old house with a great deal of grass growing around it, and stood in front of a little heap of wood. She thought, alas, what am I coming to? And peeped through the window, but she saw nothing inside except a table beautifully spread with roast meats and wine, and all the dishes and drinking cups were of silver. Then she took heart and knocked. Then a fat toad called out, "Little green toad with legs like crook, open wide the door and look who it was the latch that shook." And a little toad came forward and let her in. She told everything that had happened to her, and how, because she had exceeded her permission only to speak 3 words, the stove had disappeared with the prince, and how she had searched a very long time and must wander, over mountain and valley till she found him. Then the old toad said, "Little green toad, whose leg does twist, go to the corner of which you wish, and bring me a large old kist." And the little toad went and brought out a great chest. Then they gave her food and drink, and led her to a beautifully made bed of silk and samite, on which she lay down and slept soundly. When the day dawned, she arose, and the old toad gave her 3 things out of the huge chest to take with her. She would have need of them, for she had to cross a high glass mountain. 3 things to get out of the chest to take with her. She would have need of them, for she had to cross a high glass mountain, 3 cutting swords, and a great lake. When she had passed these, she would find her lover again. So she was given 3 large needles, a plow wheel, and 3 nuts, which she was to take great care of. She set out with these things, and when she came to the glass mountain, which was so slippery, she stuck the 3 needles behind her feet and then in front and got over it. And when she was on the other side, put them away carefully. Welcome in, guys. Then she reached the 3 cutting swords and got her plow wheel and rode over them. At last she came to the great lake, and when she had crossed that, arrived at a beautiful castle. She went in and gave herself out as a poor maid who would gladly be engaged. But she knew that the prince whom she had freed from the iron stove in the great wood was in the castle. Now the prince was about to marry another princess, for he thought she was dead long ago. In the evening, when she was washed off and was ready, she felt in her pocket and found the 3 nuts which the old toad had given her. She cracked one and was going to eat a kernel when, behold, there was a beautiful royal dress inside it. When the bride heard of this, she came and begged for the dress, wanted to buy it, saying that it was not a dress for a serving maid. Then she said she would not sell it unless she was granted one favor, namely, to sleep by the prince's door. The bride granted her this because the dress was so beautiful, and she had so few like it. When it was evening, she said to her bridegroom, "That stupid maid wants to sleep by your door. If you are content, I am," he said. But she gave him a glass of wine, in which she had poured a sleeping draught. Then they both went in his room, but he slept so soundly that she could not wake him. The maid wept all night long and said, "I freed you in the wild wood, out of the iron stove. I have sought you. I have crossed the glass mountain, 3 sharp swords, and the great lake before. I found you. Will you not hear me now?" The servants outside heard how she cried the whole night, and they told their master in the morning. When she had washed up the next evening, she bit the 2nd nut, and there were still more beautiful dresses inside. When the bride saw it, she wanted to buy it, but the maid did not want her money and asked that she should sleep again by the prince's door. The bride, however, gave him the sleeping draught, and he slept so soundly that he heard nothing. But the kitchen maid wept the whole night long and said, "I have freed you in the wood from the iron stove. I sought you and have crossed a glass mountain, 3 sharp swords, and a great lake to find you. And now you will not hear me?" The servants outside heard how she cried the whole night, and in the morning they told their master. And when she washed up on the 3rd night and bit into the 3rd nut, there was still a more beautiful dress inside, and it was made of pure gold. When the bride saw it, she wanted it, but the maid would only give it to her on the condition that she would sleep for the 3rd time by the prince's door. But the prince took care not to drink the sleeping draught, and when she began to weep and to say, "Dear sweetheart, I freed you in that horrible wild wood." And from an iron stove he jumped up and said, "You are right, you are mine, and I am thine." Though it was still night, he got into a carriage with her, and they took the false bride's clothes away so that she could not follow them. And when they came to the great lake, they rowed across it. And when they reached the three sharp swords, they sat on the plow wheel, and on the glassy mountain they stuck the three needles in. And so they arrived at last to the little old house. But then when they stepped inside, it turned into a large castle. The toads were all free and were beautiful king's children running about for joy. There they were married and remained in the castle, which was much larger than that of the princess's fathers. But because the old man did not like being left alone, they went and fetched him. So they had two kingdoms and lived in great wealth. And mouse has a run. My story's done. The Goose Girl. Once upon a time, an old queen, whose husband had been dead for many years, had a beautiful daughter. When she grew up, she was betrothed to a prince who lived a great way off. Now, when the time drew near for her to be married and to depart to the foreign kingdom, her old mother gave her much costly baggage and many ornaments, gold and silver trinkets and knickknacks, and in fact, everything that belonged to a royal trousseau, for she loved her daughter very dearly. And she gave her a waiting maid also, who was to ride with her and to hand her over to the bridegroom. And she provided each of them with a horse for the journey. Now, the princess's horse was called Valda and could speak. When the hour for the departure near, the old mother went to her bedroom. Taking a small knife, she cut her finger till they bled, and then she held a white rag under them and let 3 drops of blood fall onto them. She gave it to her daughter and said, "Dear child, take great care of this rag. It may be of use to you on this journey." So they said a sad farewell to each other, and the princess stuck the rag in front of her dress, mounted her horse, and set forth on the journey to her bridegroom's kingdom. After they had ridden for about an hour, the princess began to feel very thirsty and said to her waiting maid, "Pray get down and fetch me some water from my golden cup of yonder stream. I would like a drink." "If you are thirsty," said the maid, "dismount yourself and lie down by the water and drink. I do not mean to be your servant any longer." The princess was so thirsty that she got down, bent over the stream, and drank. She wasn't allowed to drink out of the golden goblet. As she drank, she murmured, "Oh heavens, what am I to do?" And the 3 drops of blood replied, "If your mother only knew, her heart would surely break in two." But the princess was meek and said nothing about her maid's rude behavior, quietly mounted her horse again. They rode on their way for several miles, but the day was hot, and the sun's rays smote fiercely on them. So the princess was soon overcome by thirst again. As they passed a brook, she called once more to her waiting maid, "Pray get down and give me a drink from my golden cup." For she had long ago forgotten the maid's rude words. But the waiting maid replied more haughtily than ever before, "Do you want a drink? You can dismount and get it. I don't mean to be your servant." When the princess was compelled by her thirst to get down and bend over the flowing water, she cried out and said, "Oh heavens, what am I to do?" And the 3 drops of blood replied, "If your mother only knew, her heart would surely break in two." And as she drank thus and went right over the water, the rag containing the 3 drops of blood fell from her bosom and floated down the stream, and she in her anxiety never noticed her loss. But the waiting maid had observed it with delight, as she knew it gave her power over the bride, for in losing the drops of blood, the princess had become weak and powerless. When she wished to get on her horse, Falda, again the waiting maid called out, I mean to ride, Falda. You must mount my beast. And this too she had to submit to. Then the waiting maid commanded her harshly to take off her royal robes and to put on her common ones. And finally she made her swear by heaven not to say a word about the matter when they reached the palace. And if she hadn't taken this oath, she would have been unalived on the spot. But Falda observed everything and laid it all to heart. The waiting maid now mounted Falda and the real bride, the worse horse, and so they continued their journey till at length they arrived at the palace yard. There was great rejoicing over the arrival, and the prince sprang forward to meet them, taking the waiting maid for his bride. He lifted her down from her horse and led her upstairs to the royal chamber. In the meantime, the real princess was left standing below in the courtyard. The old king, who was looking out of his window, beheld her in this plight, and it struck him how sweet and gentle, even beautiful she looked. He went at once to the royal chamber and asked the bride who it was she had brought with her and had left standing in the courtyard below. Oh, replied the bride, I brought her with me to keep me company on the journey. Give the girl something to do that she mayn't be idle. But the old king had no work for her and couldn't think of anything. So he said, I've a small boy who looks after the geese. She'd better help him. The youth's name was Curdken, and the real bride was made to assist him in herding the geese. Soon after, this false bride said to the prince, Dearest husband, I pray you grant me a favor. He answered, That I will. Then let the slaughterer cut off the head of the horse I rode here upon, because it behaved very badly on the journey. But the truth was, she was afraid lest the horse should speak and tell how she had treated the princess. She carried her point, and the faithful Falda was doomed to die. When the news came to the ears of the real princess, she went to the slaughterer and secretly promised him a piece of gold if he would do something for him. There was in town a large dark gate through which she had to pass night and morning with the geese. Would he kindly hang up Falda's head there, that she might see it once again? The slaughterer said he would do as she desired, and chopped off the head and nailed it firmly over the gateway. Early the next morning, she and the Curdken were driving their flocks through the gate, and she said as she passed under, Oh, Falda, thus you hang there? And the head replied, Tis you pass under, princess fair. If your mother only knew, her heart would break in two. Then she left the tower and drove the geese into a field. And when they had reached the common where the geese fed, she sat down and unloosed her hair, which was of pure gold. Curdken loved to see it glitter in the sun and wanted much to pull some hair out. Then she spoke, "Wind, wind, gently away. Blow Curdken's hat away. Let him chase o'er field and wood, till my locks of ruddy gold, now astray and hang down, be combed and plaited in a crown." Then a gust of wind blew Curdken's hat away. Then the gust of wind blew Curdken's hat away, and he had to chase it over hill and dale. When he returned from the pursuit, she had finished her combing and curling, and his chance of getting any hair was gone. Curdken was very angry and wouldn't speak to her, so they herded the geese till evening and then went. The next morning, as they passed under the gate, the girl said, "Oh, father, 'tis you hanging there?" And the head replied, "'Tis you pass under, Princess fair? If your mother only knew, her heart would break in two." Then she went on her way till she came to the common, where she sat down and began to comb her hair. Then Curdken ran up to her and wanted to grasp some hair from her head, but she called out hastily, "Gentle away, blow Curdken's hat away, let him chase o'er field and wood, till my locks of ruddy gold, now astray and hanging down, be combed and plaited into a crown." Then a puff of wind came and blew Curdken's hat far away, so that he had to run off after it. And when he had returned, she had long finished putting up her golden locks, and he couldn't get any of her hair. So they watched the geese till it was dark. But that evening, when they got home, Curdken went to the old king and said, "I refuse to herd geese any longer with that girl." "For what reason?" asked the old king. "Because she does nothing but annoy me all day long," replied Curdken. And he proceeded to relate all her inequities, and said, "Every morning as we drive the flock through the dark gate, she says to a horse head that hangs on the wall, 'Oh, father, 'tis you hang there?' And the head replies, ''Tis you pass under, Princess fair. If your mother only knew, her heart would break in two.'" And Curdken went on to tell what passed on the common where the geese fed, and how he had always to chase his hat. The old king bade him to go drive forth his flock as usual the next day, and when morning came, he himself took up the position behind the dark gate and heard how the goose girl greeted Alba. Then he followed through the field and hid himself behind a bush in the common. He soon saw with his own eyes how the goose boy and the goose girl looked after the geese, and how after a time the maiden sat down and loosed her hair that glittered like gold, and repeated, "Wind, wind, gentle away, blow Curdken's hat away, let him chase a field or wood, till my locks of ruddy gold, now stray and hanging down, could be combed and plaited in a crown." Then a gust of wind came up and blew Curdken's hat away, so that he had to fly over the hill and dale after it, and the girl in the meantime quietly combed and plaited her hair. All this the old king observed, and returned to the palace without anyone having noticed him. In the evening, when the goose girl came home, he called her aside and asked her why she behaved as she did. "I mayn't tell you why. How dare I confide my woes to anyone? For I swore not to by heaven, otherwise I should have lost my life." The old king begged her to tell him all, and left her no peace, but he could get nothing out of her. At last he said, "If you won't tell me, confide your trouble to that iron stove there." and he went away. Then she crept to the stove and began to sob and cry and to pour out her poor little heart and said, "Here I sit, deserted by all the world. I, who am a king's daughter and a false waiting maid, has forced me to take off my own clothes and has taken my place with my bridegroom, while I have to fulfill the lowly office of a goose girl. If my mother only knew, her heart would surely break in two." But the old king stood outside the stove chimney and listened to her words. When he entered the room again, inviting her to leave the stove, he ordered royal apparel to be put on her, in which she looked amazingly lovely. Then he summons his son and revealed to him that he had got the false bride, who was nothing but a waiting maid, while the real one, in the guise of the ex-goose girl, was standing at his side. The young king rejoiced from his heart when he saw her beauty and learnt how good she was, and a great banquet was prepared, to which every one was bidden. The bridegroom sat at the head of the table, and the princess on the side of him, and the waiting maid on the other. But she was so dazzled that she did not recognize the princess in her glittering garments. Now, when they had eaten and drunk and were married, the old king asked the waiting maid to solve a knotty point for him. What, he said, should be done to a certain person who has deceived everyone? And he proceeded to relate the whole story, ending up with, "Now, what sentence should be passed?" Then the false bride answered, "She deserves to be put stark naked in a barrel lined with sharp nails, which should be dragged by 2 white horses up and down the street till she is no longer." "You are the person," said the king, "and you have passed sentence on yourself, and even so it shall be done to you." And when this sentence had been carried out, the young king was married to his real bride, and both reside over the kingdom in peace and happiness. Sweet porridge. Years ago, there was a little girl who lived all alone with her mother, and they were so poor that they had nothing at all left in the house to eat. The little girl went in the forest to find a few sticks to make a fire, and on her way she met an old woman who gave her a little pot, which she said would prevent her from being hungry ever again. You only have to say, "Cook, little pot, cook," and at once you will have as much good, sweet porridge as you can wish for. When you have had sufficient, you may say, "Stop, little pot," and it will cease cooking. The little girl thanked the old woman and carried the pot home. From that time, they had plenty to eat, for they only had to call upon the pot to cook. One day, the little girl went out and stayed so long that the mother became hungry. So she cried, "Cook, little pot, cook." But she did not know the magic words to stop it. So it boiled over, and at last it filled the kitchen. And when that was full, the porridge steamed out all over the home and into the next house and into the next village, and it was all full of porridge. When the little girl came back and cried for the pot to stop, then it left off cooking. But for many a day, the folks who wished to get into the village had to eat their way through a mountain of porridge. The 12 Huntsmen. Once upon a time, there was a king's son who was engaged to a princess whom he dearly loved. One day, as he sat by her side, he received news that his father was lying at the point of great death and desired to see him before his end. So he said to his love, "Alas, I must go off and leave you, but take this ring and wear it as remembrance of me. And when I am king, I will return and fetch you home." Then he rode off, and when he reached his father, he found him very near death. The king said, "Dearest son, I have desired to see you before my end. Promise me that you will marry according to my wishes." And he then named the daughter of a neighboring king who he was anxious should be his son's wife. The prince was so overwhelmed with grief that he could think of nothing but his father and exclaimed, "Yes, yes, dear father, whatever you desire shall be done." Thereupon the king closed his eyes and passed away. After the prince had been made king, he felt that he must keep the promise, so he sent to and asked for the hand of the king's daughter, which was granted to him at once. Now his first love heard of this, and the thought of her lover's desertion grieved her so that she pined away and nearly died. Her father said to her, "My dearest child, why are you so unhappy? If there is anything you should wish for, say so, and you shall have it." His daughter reflected for a moment and then said, Dear father, dear father, I wish for 11 girls as nearly as possible of the same height and age and appearance of myself." The king said, "If the thing is possible, your wish shall be fulfilled." And he had his kingdom searched till he found 11 maidens, the same height, size, and appearance as his daughter. Then the princess desired 12 complete huntsmen's suits to be made, all exactly alike, and the 11 maidens had to dress themselves in these suits, while she put on the 12th. After this, she took leave of her father and rode off with her girls to the court of her former lover. Here she inquired whether the king did not want some huntsmen, and if he would not take them all into his service. The king said yes, he would gladly engage them all, so they became the 12 royal huntsmen. Now the king had the most remarkable lion, for it knew every hidden or secret thing. One evening, the lion said to the king, "So you think you've got 12 huntsmen, do you?" "Yes, certainly," said the king. "There are 12 huntsmen." "There you are mistaken," said the lion. "There are 12 maidens." "That cannot be," replied the king. "How can you prove it?" "Just have a number of peas strewed over the floor of your antechamber," said the lion, "and you will soon see men have strong, firm tread, so that if they happen to walk over the pea, not one of them stir, but girls trip and slip and slide, so that the pea rolls all about." The king was pleased with the lion's advice and ordered the peas to be strewn in his anteroom. Fortunately, one of the king's servants had become very partial to the young huntsmen, and hearing of the trial they were to be put to, he went to them and said, "The lion wants to persuade the king that you're only girls," and told them all the plot The king's daughter thanked him for that hint, and she said to her maidens, "Now make every effort to tread firmly on the peas." Next morning, when the king sent for his 12 huntsmen, and they passed through the anteroom, which was strewn with peas, they tried so firmly and walked with such a steady, strong step that not a single pea rolled away or even made a stir. After they were gone, the king said to the lion, "There now, you see, they walk like men." "Because they knew they were being put to the test," answered the lion, "and they made an effort. With just half a dozen spinning wheels placed in the anteroom, when they pass through, you'll see how pleased they will be, quite unlike any man." The king was pleased with the advice, and he desired 12 spinning wheels to be placed in his anteroom. But the good-natured servant went to the huntsmen and told them about the fresh plot when the king's daughter was alone with her maidens. She exclaimed, "Now, pray, make a great effort and don't even look at the spinning wheels." When the king sent for the 12 huntsmen the next morning, they walked through the anteroom without even glancing at the spinning wheels. Then the king said once more to the lion, "You've deceived me again. They are men. They never once looked at the spinning wheels." The lion replied, "They knew they were being tried, and they did violence to their feelings." But the king declined to believe the lion any longer. So the 12 huntsmen continued to follow the king, and one day while they were all out hunting, news was brought that the intended bride might soon be expected. When the true bride heard of this, she fell fainting to the ground. The king feared something had happened to his dear huntsman, ran up to help, and began drawing off his gloves. When he saw the ring which he had given to his first love, and as he gazed into her face, he knew her again, and his heart was so touched that he kissed her, and she opened her eyes and cried, "I am thine, and thou art mine, and no power on earth can alter that." To the other princess he sent a message to beg her to return to her own kingdom with all speed, for he said, "I have got a wife, and he who finds an old key again does not require a new one." Thereupon the wedding was celebrated with great pomp, and the lion was restored to royal favor, for after all, he had told the truth. Spindle, shuttle, and needle. There once lived a girl who lost her father and mother when she was quite a tiny child. Her godmother lived all alone in a little cottage and earned her living by spinning and weaving and sewing. The old woman took the little orphan home with her and brought her up in a good, pious, industrious habit. When the girl was 15 years old, the godmother fell ill, and calling the child to her bedside said, "My dear daughter, I feel that my end is near. I leave you my cottage, which will at least shelter you, and also my spindle, my weaver's shuttle, and my needle, with which to help earn your bread." Then she laid her hands on the girl's head, blessed her, and added, "Mind and be good, and then all will go well with you." With that, she closed her eyes for the last time And when she was carried to her grave, the girl walked behind her coffin, weeping bitterly, and paid her all the last honors. After this time, the girl lived all alone in the little cottage. She worked hard, spinning, weaving, and sewing, and her old godmother's blessing seemed to prosper all she did. The flax seemed to spread and increase, and when she wove a carpet or a piece of linen or made a shirt, she was sure to find a customer who paid her well, so that not only did she feel no want herself, but she was able to help those who did. Now, it happened that about this time the king's son was making a tour through the entire country to look for his bride. He could not marry a poor woman, and he did not wish for a rich one. She shall be my wife, he said, who is at once the poorest and the richest. When he reached the village where the girl lived, he inquired who was the richest and who was the poorest woman in it. The richest was named first. The poorest, he was told, was the young girl who lived alone in the little cottage at the far end of the village. The rich girl sat at her door, dressed out in all her best clothes. And when the king's son came near, she got up and went to meet him and made him a low curtsy. He looked well at her, said nothing, but rode on further. When he reached the poor girl's house, he did not find her at the door, for she was at work in her room. The prince reined in his horse, looked in the window through which the sun was shining brightly, and saw the little girl sitting at her wheel, busily spinning away. She looked up, and when she saw the king's son gazing at her, she blushed red all over, cast her eyes down, and went on spinning till the king's son had ridden off. Then she stepped to the window and opened the lattice, saying, "The room is so hot." But she looked after him as long as she could see the white plumes in his hat. Then she sat down at her work once more and span on. And as she did so, an old saying came into her head, and she began to sing. "Spindle, spindle, go and see if my love will come to me." Lo and behold, the spindle leapt from her hand and rushed out the room, and when she had recovered from her surprise to look after it, she saw it dancing merrily through the fields, dragging a long golden thread after it. The girl, having lost her spindle, took up the shuttle and seated herself at her loom, began to weave. Meantime, the spindle danced on, and just as it had come to the end of the golden thread, it reached the king's son. "What do I see?" he cried. "The spindle seems to wish to point out the way to me." So he turned his horse's head and rode back beside the golden thread. Meantime, the girl who sat weaving sang, "Shuttle, we've both wed and wharf, bring my love beneath my roof." Oh, the shuttle instantly escaped her hand, and with one bound set out the door. On the threshold it began weaving the loveliest carpet that was ever seen. Roses and lilies bloomed on both sides, and in the center a thicket seemed to grow, with rabbits and hares running through it, sages, fawns peeping through the branches, while on the topmost boughs sat birds of brilliant plumage, and so lifelike one almost expected to hear them sing. The shuttle flew from side to side, and the carpet seemed to almost grow of itself. The shuttle had ran away, and the girl sat down to sew. She took her needle and sang, Needle, needle, stitch away, make my chamber bright and happy. And the needle promptly slipped from her fingers and flew about the room like lightning. And in next to no time, the table and benches were covered with green cloth, the chair with velvet, and elegant silk curtains hung before the window. The needle had barely put in its last stitch when the girl spied the white plumed hat of the king's son, who was being led back by the spindle with the golden thread. He dismounted and walked over the carpet into the house. And when he entered the room, there stood the girl, blushing like any rose. "You are the poorest and yet the richest," he said. "Come with me, you shall be my bride." She said nothing, but held out her hand. Then he kissed her and led her out, lifted her on his horse, and took her to his royal palace, where the wedding was celebrated with great rejoicing. The spindle, the shuttle, and the needle were carefully placed in the treasury and were always held in the highest honor. The 12 brothers. There was once a king and a queen. They had 12 children. They were all boys. One day the king said to his wife, "If our 13th child is a girl, all her 12 brothers must die so that she may be very rich and the kingdom hers alone." Well, that's kind of hard to think about. Then he ordered 12 coffins to be made and filled them with shavings and placed a little pillow in each. Then he put away in a room, gave the key to his wife, and bade her tell no one of it. The queen grieved over the sad fate of her sons. The youngest boy said to her one day, "Dear mother, why are you so sad?" "My child," she answered, "I may not tell you the reason." But he left her no peace till she showed him the 12 coffins. Then she said, "My dearest Benjamin, your father has had these coffins made for you and your 11 brothers, because if I bring a girl into this world, you are all to be unalived and buried in them." Well, she wept bitterly as she spoke, but her son comforted her and said, "Don't cry, mother. We'll manage to escape and we'll fly for our lives." "Yes," replied his mother, "that is what you must do. Go with your 11 brothers out into the world and let one of you always sit on the highest tree you can find and keep a watch on the tower of the castle. If I give birth to a little son, I will wave a white flag, and then you may safely return. But if I give birth to a little daughter, I will wave a red flag, which will warn you to fly away as quickly as you can, and may heaven have pity on you." Then she blessed her son, and they set out into the wood. They found a very high old oak, and there they sat and turned about, keeping their eyes always fixed on the castle tower. On the 12th day, Benjamin noticed a flag waving, but alas, it was blood red, the sign which told them they must all leave fast. When the brothers heard this, they were very angry and said, "Shall we suffer death for the sake of a girl? Let us vow that whatever we shall meet one of her sex, she shall be unalived at our hands." Then one of them went into the wood, and in the middle of it they came upon a little enchanted house which stood empty. "Here," they said, "let us take up our abode, and you, Benjamin, shall keep house for us. We will go out and fetch the wood." They brought their spoils home to Benjamin, who soon learned to make them into the daily dishes. So they lived for 10 years, and the time slipped merrily away. In the meantime, Their little sister was at home and was growing up quickly. She was so kind-hearted and of the fair countenance. She had a golden star right in the middle of her forehead. One day, the girl, looking from her window, saw 12 men's shirts hanging up to dry and asked her mother, "Who do these shirts belong to? Surely they're too small for my father." And the queen answered sadly, "Dear child, they belong to your 12 brothers." "But where are my 12 brothers?" said the girl. "I have never even heard of them." "Heaven alone knows in what part of the wide world they are wandering," replied her mother. And she took the girl and opened up the locked room and showed her the 12 coffins filled with shavings and with the little pillows laid in each. "These coffins," she said, "were for your brothers, but they stole away before you were born." Then she told her all that had happened. Her daughter said, "Don't cry, dearest mother. I will go and seek my brothers till I find them." So she took the 12 shirts and went into the big woods. She walked all day long and came in the evening to the little enchanted house. She stepped in and found a youth who, marveling at the golden star on her forehead, asked her where she came from and whether she was going. "I am a princess," she answered, "and I am seeking for my 12 brothers. I mean to wander as far as the blue sky stretches till I find them." Then she showed him the 12 shirts which she had taken with her, and Benjamin saw that it must be his sister and said, "I am your youngest brother." So they wept for joy. After a time, Benjamin said, "Dear sister, there is still a little difficulty." "Oh, yeah, for we had all agreed that if any girl we should meet should be unalived at our hands, because it was for the sake of a girl that we had to leave our kingdom. But," she replied, "I will gladly be unalived if I can restore my 12 brothers to their own." "No," he answered, "there is no need for that. Hide under the tub till our brothers come in, and I will make matters right with them." She did as she was bid, and soon the others came home from the chase and sat down to supper. "Well, Benjamin, what's the news?" they asked. Benjamin replied, "I have nothing to tell you. I have nothing to tell." "No," they answered. Then he said, "Well, now you've been out in the woods all day, and I've stayed quietly at home, and all the same I know more than you do." "Then tell us," they cried. He answered, "Only on condition that you promise that the first girl we meet we shall not unalive. She shall be spared, only tell us the news." Then Benjamin said, "Our sister is here." And he lifted the tub, and the princess stepped forward, looking so charming that they all fell in love with her on the spot. They arranged that she should stay at home with Benjamin and help him in the housework, while the rest of the brothers went out into the woods and shot hares and roe deer, birds and wood pigeon. One day the two at home prepared the finest feast, and when they were all assembled, they sat down and ate and drank and made merry. Now there is still a little garden around the enchanted house, in which there grew 12 tall lilies. The girl plucked the flowers, meaning to present one to each of her brothers as they sat at supper. But hardly had she plucked the flowers when her brothers were turned into 12 ravens, who flew croaking over the wood, and the house and garden vanished also. So the poor girl found herself left all alone in the wood, and she looked around and noticed an old woman standing beside her, who said, "My child, What have you done? Why didn't you leave the flowers alone? They were your brothers. Now they are changed forever into ravens. The girl asked, sobbing, Is there no means of setting them free? No, said the old woman. There is only one way in the whole world, and that is so difficult that you won't free them by it, for you would have to be dumb and not laugh for 7 years, and if you spoke a single word, the so but an hour were wanting to the time, your silence would all have been in vain, and the one word would slay your brothers. Then the girl said to herself, If that is all, I am quite sure I can free my brothers. So she climbed on the high tree and spun all day long, never laughing or speaking. One day, a king who was hunting looked up and beheld a beautiful princess, and he was so enchanted with her beauty that he asked her to be his wife. She gave no answer, but nodded slightly with her head, then climbed down the tree, and he put her on his horse and bore her home to his palace. The marriage was celebrated with much pomp and ceremony, but the birds neither spoke nor laughed. The bride neither spoke nor laughed. When they had lived a few years happily together, the king's mother began to slander the young queen and said to the king, She is only a low-born beggar maid, and that you have married. Who knows what mischief she is up to? If she is deaf and cannot speak, she might at least depend upon it. Those who don't laugh have bad consequences. At first the king paid no heed to her words, but at last he let himself be talked over and condemned his wife to be unalived. So a great fire was lit in the courtyard of the palace where she was to be burnt. But just as she had been bound to the stake, the flames were licking on her garments. The very last moment of the 7 years had come. Then all of a sudden, a whooshing sound was heard in the air, and 12 ravens were seen flying overhead. They swooped downwards, and as soon as they touched the ground, they turned her into her 12 brothers, and she knew that she had freed them. They quenched the flames and put out the fire and unbid their dear sister from the stake. They kissed and hugged her again and again, and now that she was able to open her mouth and speak, she told the king why she had been dumb and not able to speak. The king rejoiced greatly when he heard how she was innocent, and they all lived happily ever after. Jack, my hedgehog. There was once a farmer who had lands and money but no children. At the market town, other farmers would ask him how it came about that he was childless. At length he exclaimed, I must have been a child of some sort of kind, even should it only be a hedgehog. I must have a child of some sort of kind, even if it should only be a hedgehog. Soon after, his wife gave birth to a child, but though the lower half of the little creature was a fine boy, from the waist upward, it was a hedgehog. His mother said to her husband, You have cursed the child. The farmer said, I suppose the creature must be christened, but I don't see what to call him. The wife replied, There is nothing we can possibly call him but Jack, my hedgehog. When they took him to be christened, the parson said, We'll never be able to put that child in a decent bed on account of his prickles, which was true. But they shook down some straw for him behind the stove, and there he lay for 8 years. One day there was a fair at the town. The farmer asked his wife if he should bring what he should bring her from it, some meat and a couple of big loaves for the house. She said the maid wanted a pair of slippers and some stockings. Oh, Jack, my hedgehog, what shall I bring you?" He replied, "Daddy, do bring me a bagpipe." When Jack got his bagpipes, he said, "Daddy, go to the smithy and have the house cock shod for me. Then I'll ride off and trouble you no more." When the cock was shod, Jack mounted his back and rode off, followed by all the pigs and donkeys which he had promised to look after. Reaching the forest, he made the cock fly into the top of the tree with him, and there he sat looking after his pigs and donkeys for several years, till he had quite a big herd. All this time his father knew nothing about him. As he sat up in the tree, he played away on his bagpipe, and it drew the loveliest music from them. One day a king passed close by, and hearing the music, sent a servant to find out where it came from. The man saw a creature which looked like a bird with a hedgehog. It looked like a rooster with a hedgehog sitting on it, perched up in a tree. The king desired the servant to ask the strange creature if he knew the way to his kingdom. Jack my Hedgehog stepped down from his tree and said he would show the king the way to his home if he would give him his written promise to let him have whatever first met them on his return. The king thought, "That's easy enough to promise. I can just write what I choose." So he wrote something, and Jack pointed out the way, and the king got safely home. When the king's daughter saw her father returning, she ran to meet him, and then he told her how he had been obliged to give a written promise to bestow whatever he first met when he got home on an extraordinary creature which had shown him the way. But as the creature certainly could not read, he wrote that he would not give it anything at all. After a time, another king lost his way. He too heard the music and set to find out hints where it came. A man came under the tree and asked Jack what he was doing up there. "I'm minding my pigs and donkeys. What do you want?" was the reply. The servant told him that they'd been lost their way and wanted someone to show it to them. Down came Jack, and he told the second king that he would show the way if he promised to give him the first thing he met in front of his royal castle. The king promised, and then Jack rode on in front, pointing out the way, and the king reached his own country safely. His only daughter also ran to meet him. He told how he had lost his way and might never have reached home but for the strange creature, half man, half hedgehog, which rode on a rooster and sat up in a tree making lovely music, which had shown him the way. He also told her how he had pledged his word to give the creature the first thing which met him outside the castle gate, and he felt very sad at the thought that she had been the first thing to meet him. The princess comforted him and said she should be quite willing to go with Jack my Hedgehog whenever he came to fetch her, because of the great love she bore for her father. Jack herded his pigs, and they increased in number till the forest seemed full of them. So he decided to live there no longer and sent word to his father, who was much vexed at the news, for he thought Jack had passed away a long time ago. Then said Jack, "Daddy, let the blacksmith shoe my rooster once more, and I shall ride off and never come back again." So the father had the rooster shod and rejoiced at the idea of getting rid of his son. Then Jack my Hedgehog set off for the first kingdom, where the king had given orders that if anyone should be riding a rooster carrying a bagpipe, he was on no account to be allowed to enter the palace. So when Jack rode up, the guards charged him with their bayonets, but he put spurs on his rooster and flew up over the gate to the king's windows and called out that if the king did not redeem his promise, both he and his daughter should pay for it with their lives. Then the king entreated his daughter to go with Jack and so save both their lives. The princess and Jack my Hedgehog, with his rooster and pipes, took leave, and the king never expected to set eyes on them again. But when they left the town, Jack tore all the princess's smart clothes off of her and pricked her all over with his bristles, saying, "That's what you get for treachery. Now go back. I will have no more to say to you." And he hunted her home, and she felt disgraced till her life's end. Then Jack rode with his rooster and bagpipes to the country of the second king. Here orders were given that if Jack ever came, the guards were to present arms, the people to cheer, and he was to be conducted triumphantly into the palace. When the king's daughter saw Jack my Hedgehog, she was startled, for he certainly was very peculiar looking, but she considered that she had given her word and it couldn't be helped. She made Jack welcome, and they were betrothed, and at dinner he sat next to her at the royal table. When they retired to rest, Jack told the princess no harm would befall her. Then he begged the king to place 4 men outside his door and to have them make a big fire. When he was about to lie down, he would creep out of his hedgehog skin and leave it lying at the bedside. Then the men must rush in, throw the skin into the fire, and stand by till it was entirely burned up. When it struck 11, Jack my Hedgehog went into his room, took off his skin, and left it at the foot of the bed. The men rushed in, seized the skin, threw it on the fire, and directly it was all burned. Jack was released from his enchantment and lay in his bed in man's form from head to toe, and very handsome. The princess was greatly pleased the next day. The marriage ceremony was performed, and the king bestowed his kingdom on Jack my Hedgehog. The Golden Key. One cold winter's day, when the snow was thick upon the ground, a poor little lad was sent into the forest to gather wood, which he was to stack upon a little sled and bring home for fuel. By the time he had collected enough, he was so cold that he thought he would make a fire and warm himself before he went home. So he scraped away the snow, and in doing so found a little golden key. "Ah," he said to himself, "where the key is, there's sure to be a lock," and went on scraping away the snow until he found an iron chest. "Now," he said to himself, "if only the key fits the lock, I shall no doubt find all sorts of precious things in the chest." He searched for a long time, and at the last he discovered a lock so small, however, that one could scarcely see it. He tried the key, and it fit exactly. He turned it slowly, slowly, and if only we wait patiently until he has turned it right around and opened the lid, why, then we shall know what's inside the chest. Brother and sister. Mm. The little brother took his sister by the hand and said, "We have never had a happy moment since our dear mother passed away. Our stepmother beats us if we venture near her. Come, sister, let's go away into the wild, wide world." So they set out and wandered the whole day long until they came to a great wood. And they were so weary with grief and hunger and the long, long way that they curled themselves up in a hollowed tree and slept. The next morning, when they awoke, the sun was high in the heavens and shone warmly down upon the hollow tree. Then said the little brother, "Sister dear, I am so thirsty. If only I knew of a little brook where I could quench my thirst. Listen, I think I hear one gushing." The little brother stood up and took his sister's hand, and they went together in search for the brook. Now, the wicked stepmother was a witch. She had seen the children go away, and creeping silently after them, as witches creep, she had bewitched every stream in the wood. When the children found a little brook that ran dashing over the stones, the brother stooped to drink, but the sister heard the words it murmured as it ran. "Whoever drinks of me will become a tiger. Whoever drinks of me will become a tiger." Mm. And so the little sister cried, "I pray you, do not drink, or you will become a tiger and tear me to pieces." And in spite of his great thirst, the brother did not drink, but said, "I will wait until we come to the next stream." But when they came to the second brook, the sister heard it whisper, "Whoever drinks of me will become a wolf. Whoever drinks of me will become a wolf." The little sister cried, "Dear brother, I pray you do not drink, or you will become a wolf and eat me." The little brother did not drink, but said, "I will wait until the next stream, and then no matter what you say, I must drink, for my thirst is greater than I can bear." When they came to the third little brook, the little sister heard it say as it rippled along, "Whoever drinks me will become a fawn. Whoever drinks me will become a fawn." So she said, "Brother dear, I pray you do not drink, or you will become a fawn and run away from me." So she said, but the brother knelt down as soon as ever he reached the brook, and bending his head began to drink. And as the first drops crossed his lips, he was changed into a little fawn. The sister wept bitterly over her poor little enchanted brother. "Never mind, dear little fawn," said the little girl. "I will never forsake you." And she took her golden garter and fastened it around his neck. And then she gathered some rushes and plaited a soft cord, which she fastened to the garter, and so led the little animal along further and further into the woods. She then searched for leaves. When they had gone a very long way, they came to a little house. The sister peeped in, and seeing that it was empty, thought to herself, "We may as well stay here." Then she searched for leaves and soft moss to make a comfortable bed for the fawn, and every morning she went out and gathered roots and berries and nuts for her own food, and for the fawn she brought tender grass, which he ate from her hand. and was happy and contented playing beside her. For a long time they lived quiet alone in the wilderness, but at length the king of the country ordered a great chase to be held in the wood, and then the sound of horns and barking of dogs and the merry voices of the huntsmen were heard through the trees, and the fawn longed to be in the midst of it all. "Oh, oh, sister dear," he cried, "please let me go to the chase. I cannot bear to stay away any longer." And he begged her so eagerly that at last the sister consented. "But," she said, "be sure you come back to me in the evening. I shall keep my door fast closed against the wild huntsmen. So you must knock and say, 'Let me in, little sister,' and then I shall know that it is you. But unless you say this, I shall not open the door." So the fawn ran off into the wood, and the king and his huntsmen saw the beautiful creature and pursued him, but they could not catch him, and when at length they thought they were close upon him, he sprang behind some bushes and disappeared. When it grew dark, the fawn ran to the little house and knocked on the door and said, "Little sister, open the door and let me in." Then the door was opened and he entered. The next morning, when the fawn again heard the sound of the horn, he said, "Please, little sister, let me go." And the sister opened the door and let him out. When the king and his huntsmen saw the fawn, they set to work to try to catch him, but he was too nimble for them. However, towards the end of the day, they managed to surround him, and one of them wounded him in the foot so that he could not run as quickly as before, and one of the huntsmen was able to keep up with him. This man saw him go to the little house, knock on the door, and heard him say, "Little sister, let me in," and then saw that the little house door was open for him to enter and closed again immediately. He went straight away to the king and told him all that he had seen and heard. The little sister was so terribly frightened when she saw that her dear fawn was wounded, but the next morning the fawn was as well as ever again, for the wound had only been a slight one, and when he had heard the sound of the horn, nothing would satisfy him but that he must be off once more. So there was nothing left for the sister to do but to open the door and let him go. But it was with a heavy heart that she did so. When the king saw the fawn, he told his huntsmen to chase him the whole day long, but on no account to harm him. And as soon as the sun went down, the king went to the little house in the wood and knocked and said, "Little sister, let me in." The door opened and the king entered, and there stood the most beautiful maiden he had ever seen. She was very frightened when she saw a man wearing a golden crown instead of her fawn, but the king held out his hand and smiled. "Will you come to my castle," he said, "and be my dear wife?" The maiden consented to do so, but only on the condition that the fawn went too. So the king promised that he should go with them and that he should have everything his heart could desire his whole life long. At that moment the fawn came home, so the maiden fastened the cord of rushes to his collar and led him out of the house herself. The king lifted her upon his horse, and so they rode to his castle, where the wedding was celebrated with great splendor. So now the little sister was a great queen, and she and her husband lived happily together, whilst the fawn was tended with the greatest care and played about in the pleasant castle gardens. When the news of their good fortune reached the ears of the wicked stepmother, she was beside herself with hatred and envy and could think of nothing but how she could work them some mischief. Her own daughter, who was ugly as night and had only one eye, reproached her, saying, "It should have been my luck to be queen." "Hush," said the old woman, "take comfort, for be sure that when the right time comes, I shall be ready." Time passed on, and the queen had a dear little son. Then one day, when the king was out hunting and the queen lay sick in bed, the wicked stepmother disguised herself as a servant and went to the queen and told her that she had prepared a healing bath which would make her well again. The ugly daughter was not far off, and she and her mother carried the queen into a room where there was no healing bath, but a great hot fire which soon unalived the poor invalid. When this was done, the old woman put a cap upon her daughter's head and made her take the form of the queen and get in bed. But as she could not give her an eye in place of the one which was missing, she told her to turn the blind side to the pillow so that the king might not notice it. When the king came home in the evening, he went to his wife's bedside, but the old woman called to him that on no account must he draw back the curtain, for the light would be too strong for the queen, and she must have rest. So he went away, little knowing that it was a false queen who lay in the bed. Midnight came, and everyone was fast asleep except the baby's nurse, who was watching beside his cradle. Suddenly, she saw the door open and the real queen enter. She bent over the cradle, took her baby in her arms, fondled it, and laid it cozily to rest again. She did not forget the fawn, but went to the corner where he lay and stroked his back. Then softly and silently she left the room. And in the morning, when the nurse asked the guard if they had seen anyone enter the castle during the night, they'd answered, "No, we've seen no one." In this manner, without ever speaking, she came for many nights. As though the nurse saw her each time, she was afraid to tell anyone. But after a time the queen did speak, and this was what she said: "How fares my baby? How fares my fawn? Twice more will I come, and then nevermore." The nurse answered never a word, but when the queen had vanished, she went to the king and told him all. "What can it mean?" he said. "Tomorrow night I shall watch beside the child myself." So in the evening he went to the nursery, and at midnight the queen appeared and said, "How fares my baby? How fares my fawn? Once more I come, then never more." She took the child in her arms, fondled it as usual, then disappeared. The king was afraid to speak to her, but the next night he watched again, and this time she said, "How fares my baby? How fares my fawn? I have come once more, but never again." The king could restrain himself no longer, but held out his arms towards her and said, "You must surely be my dear wife." And she answered, "Yes, I am indeed your own true wife." And in a moment her life came back, and her cheeks grew rosy red with health and strength and happiness. She told the king how wickedly the old witch and her daughter had behaved, and he ordered them both to be brought before the judge, who condemned the daughter to be sent out into the wood, whilst the old witch be turned to ashes. No sooner had this been done than the fawn received his human form again, and the brother and sister lived happily all the rest of their days as Snow White and Rose Red. There was once a poor widow who lived in a lonely little cottage, in front of which was a garden. There were 2 rose trees bloomed, one of which bore white roses and the other red. Now the widow had 2 children who were like the rose trees. Excuse me. For one was called Snow White and the other Rose Red. The 2 little children loved each other so dearly that whenever they went out together, they walked hand in hand. Very often they went out into the wood to pick berries, but the wild beast would not harm them. Once, when they had spent the night in the wood and the sunrise awoke them, they saw a beautiful child in a shining white robe sitting beside their resting place. He rose and smiled, but said not a word, and went away into the wood. And when they looked around, they found they had been lying close to a precipice, over which they must have fallen in the darkness if they had taken another step. So their mother told them that the child they had seen must have been a sweet angel who watches over little children. The children lived a very happy life with their dear mother in her pretty home. In the evening, the mother would say, "Now, Snow White, bolt the door," and then the mother would read to them whilst the girls sat at their spinning wheels and listened. Beside them on the floor lay a little lamb, and on a perch behind them a white dove, with his head tucked snugly under his wing. One winter evening, as they all sat comfortably together, someone knocked at the door as though he wished to be let in. "Quickly, Rose Red," said the mother, "open the door. Very likely some poor wanderer has come to seek shelter." Rose Red ran and pushed back the bolt and opened the door, thinking to see a poor man, but instead a great black bear pushed his head in and looked at them. Rose Red screamed with fright. The little lamb began to bleat, and the dove shook its wings, and Snow White ran to hide herself behind her mother's bed. But the bear told them not to be afraid. "I am half frozen with cold," he said, "and only wish to warm myself a little." "Poor fellow," answered the mother, "lie down by the fire, but see that you do not burn your thick fur coat." Then she called the children and told them to have no fear, for the bear would not harm them, but was an honest, respectable fellow. So Snow White and Rose Red crept out from their hiding place and lay, and by the lamb and the dove came too, and were not the least bit afraid of the bear. Who asked the children to brush the snow from its fur for him? When the bedtime came, the mother told the bear that he might spend the night beside the hearth, and so be sheltered from the cold storm. As soon as the morning dawned, the 2 children opened the door, and he trotted away across the snow and was lost to sight in the woods. But from that day the bear came to them every night at the same time, laid himself down beside the hearth, let the children play pranks with him, and they soon grew so accustomed to him that they never bolted the door until their black friend had arrived. When spring came and the whole world was fresh and green, the bear told Snow White one morning that he would not be able to visit them again all through the summer months. "Where are you going, dear bear?" asked Snow White. "I must stay in the wood and guard my treasures from the wicked dwarfs. In the winter, when the ground is frozen hard, they cannot work their way through it, and are obliged to stay below in their caves. But now that the warm sun has thawed the earth, they will soon break through it and come out to steal what they can find, and that which once goes in their caves is seldom seen again." Snow White grieved sadly over the parting. As she unbolted the door, the bear hurried through and soon disappeared behind a tree. Some time afterwards, the mother sent the children into the wood to gather sticks. They came to a great tree which lay felled on the ground, and beside which something kept jumping up and down in the grass. At first they could not make out what it was, but as they came nearer they saw it was a dwarf with an old withered face and a snow white beard and L and L long at last. The end of his beard had been fast caught in a splint in the tree, and the little creature, jumping about like a dog at the end of a string, and know not how to help himself. "What have you been doing, little man?" asked Rose Red. "You silly prying goose," answered the dwarf. "If you must know, I was splitting the tree to get some small piece of wood for the kitchen. I had just driven the wedge firmly in when it slipped on the smooth wood, popped out so that the tree closed up in a second, catching my beautiful white beard as it did so, and now I cannot get it out again. And you, foolish, milk-faced creature, stand and laugh at me? Oh, how horrid you are!" The children tried with all their might to help the old man, but they could not loosen his beard. And so Rose Red said she would run home and fetch someone to help them. "You stupid thing," snarled the dwarf. "Why go and fetch others when you are too many already? Can't you think of something better than that?" "Have patience," said Snow White. "I know what to do." And drawing her scissors from her pocket, she cut off the end of the old man's beard. As soon as the dwarf was free, he grabbed at a bag of gold which was hidden amongst the roots of the tree, threw it across his shoulders, and grumbled out, "What clumsy folk, to be sure, to cut off a piece of my beautiful beard. Bad luck to you." And then, without so much as a word of thanks to the children, he went away. Now, sometimes afterward, Snow White and Rose Red went to catch a dish of fish, and as they neared the brook, they saw something that looked like a grasshopper hopping along towards the water. They ran towards it and soon recognized the dwarf. "What are you doing?" said Rose Red. "Surely you don't want to jump in the water." "Can't you see that horrid fish is pulling me in?" shrieked the dwarf. The little man had been sitting fishing when the wind entangled his beard with the fishing line. Just then a large fish took the bait, and the little weak creature was not strong enough to pull it out. Oh dear. So the fish had the upper hand, and was drawing the dwarf towards it. The children came just the right moment. They held the little man fast and tried to disentangle the line, but they could not do so. And at last there was nothing for but to bring out the scissors and snip a little piece of the beard. The dwarf was very angry when he saw what they had done. "Is it good manners," he yelled, "to spoil a person's face like that, you toads? Not content with having shortened my beard, you must now cut the best part of it. May you go barefoot all the days of your lives." He seized a bag of pearls which had been lying in the reeds and disappeared behind the stone. It happened that soon afterward the mother sent her two little girls into town to buy needles and thread, laces and ribbons, and on their way they led them across a piece of land where great rocks lay scattered about. There they saw a huge bird hovering in the air above them. Lower and lower it sank, until at last it settled upon a rock close by, and immediately they heard a piercing shriek. They hurried towards the sound and saw, to their horror, that the eagle had seized upon their old acquaintance the dwarf and was carrying him off. The kind-hearted children at once took hold of the little man and held him with the might and main, so that the eagle was obliged to give up its prey. As soon as the dwarf had recovered from his fright, he cried in his raspy voice, "Could you have been a little more careful? See, you've torn my delicate coat, so that it's all rags, stupid, clumsy creatures that you are." My goodness, not a very nice dwarf. Then he took a bag full of precious stones and slipped down into his den beneath the rock. The children were used to his ingratitude, so they just went on their way and did their marketing in town. On their way home again, they again met the dwarf. He had emptied his sack of precious stones upon a smooth place, little thinking to be surprised by anyone at such a late hour. The evening sun shone upon the glistening heaps of gems and made them sparkle and flash so prettily that the children stood and looked at them. "Why do you stand there gasping and gaping?" screamed the dwarf. He would have continued to scold, but at that moment loud growls were heard, and the big black bear came scrambling out of the wood. In terror, the dwarf sprang towards his cave, but the bear was too near and he could not reach it. Then he cried to his despair, "Dear Mr. Bear, spare me, and I will give you all my treasures." The bear took no heed of his words, but gave the wicked little creature one stroke with his paw, and he never moved again. The two little girls had begun to run away, but the bear now called to them, "Snow White, Rose Red, do not be afraid. If you wait for me, I shall come with you." They recognized the voice and stood still, and as the bear came up to them, his fur coat had suddenly fallen off, and he stood there, a fine, handsome man dressed all in shining gold. "I am the king's son," he said, "and I was condemned by the wicked dwarf who had stolen all my treasures to become a bear and run wild in the woods until I should be released by his unaliving. He has now received his well-earned reward." Shortly after, the disenchanted prince married little Snow White, while Rose Red was betrothed to his brother, and they divided between them all the beautiful treasures which the dwarf had collected in his cave. King Thrushbeard. Once upon a time, there was a king who had a daughter beautiful beyond words, but so proud and haughty that she thought no lover who came to woo her good enough. Not only did she send them all away, but she made fun of them. The king gave a great feast and invited all the bachelors, far and near. They were all made to stand in a row according to rank. First came the kings, next came the princess, then the dukes, the earls, the lords, and the gentry. And the king's daughter passed down between the rows to choose, but she had some fault to find with each one of them. One, she said, was too fat as a wine cask, the other too tall and lean, long and thin has little in, she laughed mockingly. The next was too short, short and thick is never quick, she quoted. Another was too pale, another too red, another not straight enough. So she went on making fun of all, but in particular of a good king who stood right at the top of the row. He wore a short beard upon his chin, and the princess pointed her finger at it and cried, "He has a chin like the beak of a thrush." And from that time on, he was known by the name King Thrushbeard. But the king was so angry that he declared she should marry the first beggar man who came to his door. I remember this story from my childhood. 2 days later, a fiddler came, singing beneath the castle windows, hoping to earn a few pence. When the king heard him, he ordered his servants to bring him in. So the beggar man came into the king's hall, clad in his dirty, ragged clothes, and sang to the king and his daughter. And when the song was ended, he begged for charity, and the king said, "Your song has pleased me so well that I will give you my daughter as a wife." The princess cried out in horror, but the king said, "I took an oath that I would give you to the first beggar man who came by, and I will keep my word." The princess pleaded, all in vain. A priest was sent for, and she and the beggar man were married there and then. Afterward, the king said, "It is not fitting that a beggar woman should remain in my castle any longer, so you may just go away with your husband at once." So the beggar man took her hand and led her away. She was obliged to trot on foot. Presently they came to a wood, and she asked, "To whom does this beautiful wood belong?" "To King Thrushbeard," he answered. "If you had taken him, it would have been yours." "Ah," sighed the princess, "if I had only had unhappy maiden that I am now." Soon afterward they came to a meadow, and the princess asked, "To whom does this lovely green meadow belong?" And the beggar man answered, "To King Thrushbeard. If you had taken him, it would have been yours." "Ah," sighed the princess, "if only I had, unhappy maiden that I am." Next they came to a great town, and again she asked, "To whom does this great town belong?" "To King Thrushbeard," answered the beggar. "If you had taken him, it would have been yours. Ah, sighed the princess, if only I had, unhappy maiden that I am. Mm. Then the beggar man said, it is not very pleasant to hear you wishing for another husband. Am I not good enough for you? At length they came to a tiny house, and the princess said, to whom does this tiny house belong? What a wretched little place it is. The beggar man answered, that is mine and thine, the little house where we shall live together. The doorway was so low that the princess had to bend her haughty head to enter. Where are my servants? She asked. You will have no servants but yourself, answered her husband. Come now, be quick and light a fire. Put the kettle on to boil. I want my supper, for I am very tired. But the princess knew nothing about lighting fires or cooking food. Oh dear. And the beggar man had to lend a hand himself, or he would have had nothing to eat. The next morning he made her get up very early and do the work of the house. And so things went on for a day or two. And then when all the food had been eaten, he said, Wife, we cannot go on like this, eating and drinking and earning nothing. You must learn to plait baskets. So he brought some willows to her, and she tried to weave them. Hold on one second. She tried to weave them into a basket, but the tough willows hurt her delicate fingers. And then she had to say, then the beggar man said, this will never do. You had better try spinning. Perhaps that will be easier for you. So she sat down to spin, but the thread cut into her fingers so that the blood trickled down. You are fit for no sort of work at all, said the man. I have indeed made a bad bargain, but I will give you another chance. You shall take some pots to the market and see if you can sell them. Alas, she said, if my father's subjects should pass by and see me selling pots and pans on the street corner, they will mock me. But all the same, she was obliged or die of hunger. The first time, everything went well. The people bought the pots and pans just because the seller was so beautiful. Many of them even paid the price she asked in giving her back her wares. She and her husband lived for some time on the money she had earned, and then the husband bought a new lot of crockery, and she went to the corner of the market and set out her wares and waited for folks to come and buy. But suddenly a tipsy houser came dashing down the marketplace right into the midst of her pots and pans and broke them into 1,000 pieces. Then she began to cry, oh dear, what shall I do? What will my husband say? She ran home and told him of the misfortune. Whoever heard of a person sitting at a corner of a marketplace when they had breakable goods? He said, well, it is quite plain that you are good for no ordinary kind of work. So I have been to the king's castle and have begged him to find you a place as a kitchen maid. They've promised to do, and you have your food instead of wages. So the king's daughter was now compelled to go and serve as a kitchen maid, be at the cook's beck and call, and do the hardest, dirtiest work. In each of her pockets she carried a little pot, and in these pots she put scraps that were given to her and carried them home, and upon this food she and her husband lived. It happened that the king's eldest son was to be married. The poor princess crept to the door of the great hall, and she might see some of the splendor of the wedding feast. Then, as she saw the lights flashing, the noble people passing to and fro in their gorgeous clothes, she grieved from her heart that her pride and vanity had brought her to her present lowly lot. The servants carried the costly food and drink now and again threw her morsels and scraps, and these she put into her 2 pots, ready to carry home. All at once the king's son entered, dressed in velvet, silk, and golden chain about his neck. When he saw the beautiful woman standing in the doorway, he seized her hand and would have had her dance with him, but she drew back with fear, for she saw now that it was King Thrushbeard, the suitor whom she had refused and scorned. But her struggles were of no avail. He drew her into the great hall when at last the string which held her pocket snapped, and the pots and food fell into the ground, and the soup and scraps which they were filled went into every direction. Oh, how the people laughed and mocked at her. She could have sunk into the earth with shame. She sprang to the door and would have run away, but a man caught her and brought her back, and as soon as she looked up, she saw that it was King Thrushbeard. He spoke kindly to her, saying, "Do not be afraid of me. I am the beggar man with whom you have lived in the little house. For love of you, I disguised myself so. I too was the houser who broke your crockery, and all this was done that I might humble your proud spirit and make you love me." The princess wept bitterly. "I am not worthy to be your wife," she cried. But King Thrushbeard kissed her and said, "Take comfort, dear wife. The evil days are past, and now we will keep our wedding feast." The maids in waiting came and dressed her in beautiful garments of gold and silver, and her father and his court all came and wished her good luck and happiness in her marriage with King Thrushbeard. And then the festivities began, right good and earnest. All I can say is that I wish you all had been there to see them. And that, my dear friends, is the end of our book, The Brothers Grimm,